Hello and welcome. Tonight, we descend into the depths where reality bends beneath the weight of belief, where the flickering torchlight reveals truths stranger than any fiction conjured by mortal minds. In the vast tapestry of the multiverse, there exist stories whispered only in the darkest corners of forgotten temples and drowned cities. Tales that explore the boundaries between faith and madness, between divinity and delusion. These are the stories that slip through the cracks of history, the ones that haunt the dreams of those who dare to listen too closely. So settle in. Let the world around you fade into comfortable darkness, and allow yourself to drift into these whispered chronicles from realms both familiar and utterly alien. Tale number 1, The Banshee's Lament. Among the undead creatures that haunt the shadowed corners of the multiverse, few inspire the same combination of terror and tragic sympathy as the Banshee. These spectral women, wreathed in flowing ethereal robes and crowned with wild hair that moves as if caught in an eternal wind, are known across Faerun and beyond for their devastating wail. A sound that can stop a living heart and drain the life from even the hardiest warrior. But the Banshee's scream is not merely a weapon or a hunting call. It is an expression of grief so profound, so utterly soul-destroying, that it has transcended death itself and become a force capable of unmaking reality. This is the story of Queen Arundel Moonshadow, an elven monarch who ruled the forest kingdom of Ilianbrun during the height of its glory, centuries before the kingdom's fall and the scattering of its people. Arundel was not always the creature of horror that she would become. Once, she was beloved by her subjects, renowned for her wisdom and compassion, celebrated in songs that spoke of her beauty and grace. Her transformation into undeath was not the result of dark magic or deliberate necromancy, but rather the consequence of a grief so absolute that it tore a hole in the fabric of existence itself. Ilianbrun was located in what would later become known as the Neverwinter Wood, a vast forest of ancient trees and hidden glades where the barrier between the material world and the Feywild grew thin in certain places. The elves who dwelt there had cultivated a civilization that blended seamlessly with the natural environment, building their homes among the trees rather than cutting them down, channeling magic through living wood rather than dead stone. The kingdom had endured for over 2,000 years when Arundel ascended to the throne, inheriting leadership from her mother in the traditional elven manner. Arundel was 347 years old when she became queen, young by elven standards, but already showing the qualities that would make her an exceptional ruler. She possessed a gift for seeing the connections between things, understanding how decisions made today would ripple outward to affect the future generations hence. She mediated disputes with fairness and insight, negotiated treaties with neighboring kingdoms, both elven and otherwise, and fostered the arts and magical studies that were the pride of Ilianbrun's culture. But what truly defined Arundel was her capacity for love. She loved her people with a fierce protective devotion that drove her to work tirelessly on their behalf. She loved the forest itself, spending hours walking beneath its canopy, learning the names of individual trees and the patterns of animal movement through the seasons. And most importantly, she loved her daughter Silivrin with an intensity that bordered on the obsessive. Silivrin was Arendel's only child, born when the queen was 412 years old. The pregnancy had been difficult, complicated by factors that the court healers could not fully explain. Arundel had nearly died during the birth, and afterwards, the healers informed her gently but firmly that she would never bear another child. This made Silivrin precious beyond measure, not merely an heir to the throne, but also the sole vessel of Arendel's maternal love, the only child she would ever have. The young princess grew up surrounded by beauty and privilege, educated by the finest scholars, trained in magic by accomplished wizards, taught the responsibilities of leadership by her mother and the court advisors. Silivrin was bright and curious, showing early signs of the same gifts that made Arundel such an effective ruler. Mother and daughter were inseparable, spending hours together walking through the forest, discussing philosophy and magic, sharing the kind of easy companionship that comes from genuine understanding and mutual respect. When Silivrin reached her 83rd year, roughly equivalent to late adolescence in elven terms of maturation, she began showing interest in the art of blade singing, a uniquely elven martial discipline that combined swordplay with arcane magic. Arundel was initially hesitant. The tradition of blade singing was ancient and honored, but it was also dangerous, requiring practitioners to put themselves in harm's way while channeling powerful magical energies through their bodies. But Silivrin was insistent, arguing that a future queen needed to understand combat as well as diplomacy, that she could not ask soldiers to risk their lives if she herself had never faced danger. Eventually, Arundel relented. She arranged for Silivrin to study under Master Tharaval, the greatest blade singer in Ilianbrun and perhaps in all of Faerun. Tharaval was over 800 years old, scarred from countless battles, but still possessing the grace and deadly precision that made blade singers legendary. He accepted Silivrin as his student and began teaching her the intricate forms and meditative techniques that formed the foundation of the art. Silivrin proved to be a natural talent. She learned quickly, mastering in months what took other students years to grasp. She could weave spells and sword strikes together in patterns that seemed like elaborate dances, moving with such fluid grace that observers often forgot they were watching a deadly martial art. Master Tharaval praised her progress and predicted that she would become one of the great blade singers of her generation. Arundel watched her daughter's training with mixed emotions. She was proud of Silivrin's skill and dedication, but she also felt a growing unease that she could not quite explain. something about seeing her daughter with a sword in her hand, practicing techniques designed to kill, awakened a premonition of disaster that Arundel tried desperately to dismiss as mere parental anxiety. The kingdom of Ilianbrun had been at peace for over 300 years when the orcs came. They poured out of the spine of the World Mountains in numbers that no one had anticipated, driven south by some catastrophe in their northern homelands. These were not the scattered raiding parties that occasionally troubled the borderlands. This was a full-scale migration. Tens of thousands of orcs and their enslaved followers, seeking new territory and willing to take it by force. The elves of Ilianbrun mobilized their defenses, calling upon ancient alliances with neighboring kingdoms and preparing to defend their forest home. Arundel led the War Council, coordinating strategy, allocating resources, sending messengers to request aid from other elven realms. She forbade Silivrin from joining the fighting, arguing that the princess was too young, too valuable, too important to risk in battle. But Silivrin defied her mother's command. When a particularly large orc warband threatened to break through the western defenses, the young princess slipped away from the palace and joined Master Tharaval's company of bladesingers as they moved to reinforce the threatened position. She fought with skill and courage, her blade singing through the air as she channeled magic through intricate forms that Tharaval had taught her. The battle was fierce and chaotic. The orcs attacked in waves, caring nothing for their own casualties, simply throwing bodies at the elven defenders in an attempt to overwhelm them through sheer numbers. The bladesingers fought magnificently, each warrior worth dozens of ordinary soldiers, their magical prowess and martial skill creating zones of destruction through which no enemy could pass. Silivrin distinguished herself in the fighting, saving the lives of multiple soldiers and personally slaying an orc chieftain who had broken through the defensive line. But in the moment of her triumph, as she stood over the fallen chieftain's body, an orc archer fired from the tree line. The arrow struck Silivrin in the throat, severing her windpipe and major blood vessels. She fell without a sound, her sword clattering from nerveless fingers. Master Tharaval carried Silivrin's body back to the palace personally, bearing the terrible burden through the forest as the battle raged on without them. He laid the princess before her mother's throne, his ancient face streaked with tears, unable to speak the words that needed to be said because his throat had closed with grief. Arundel looked down at her daughter's body and felt something break inside her mind. The sight was impossible to process, incompatible with her understanding of how the world should function. Silivrin could not be dead. She was too young, too full of potential, too vital to simply cease existing. This was wrong on a fundamental level, a violation of the natural order that could not be allowed to stand. The queen knelt beside her daughter's body and began to keen, a sound that started as a low moan and gradually built in volume and intensity. The sound was not entirely natural. It carried within it the weight of Arundel's grief, amplified by her considerable magical power, channeled through vocal cords that had spoken spells and commands for over 400 years. The keen became a wail, and the wail became something that transcended mortal expression entirely. The windows of the throne room shattered. Courtiers who had gathered to witness the tragic scene collapsed, clutching their heads as the sound drove spikes of agony into their minds. Outside, throughout the palace and the surrounding city, every mirror cracked simultaneously. Birds fell dead from the sky. Small animals fled in panic, driven mad by a sound that operated on frequencies beyond normal hearing. Arundel was not aware of the destruction her grief was causing. She was lost in a darkness so absolute that physical reality seemed like a distant and irrelevant thing. Her daughter was dead. Nothing else mattered. The world could end, and it would not restore Silivrin to life. Existence itself had betrayed her, had taken the one thing she valued above all else. And for this betrayal, there could be no forgiveness, no acceptance, no moving forward. The priests and healers tried to approach the grieving queen, hoping to offer comfort, or at least to pull her back from the edge of whatever abyss she was descending into. But they could not get close. The air around Arundel had become charged with wild magic, crackling with energy that had no specific purpose or direction. Simply raw arcane force pouring out of her like blood from a mortal wound. For 3 days and 3 nights, Arundel remained kneeling beside her daughter's body, alternating between silence and that terrible keening wail. She neither ate nor drank nor slept. Her advisors debated what should be done, whether they should physically restrain the queen for her own safety, whether they should attempt to magically suppress her grief. But no one could bring themselves to give such orders. This was their queen, suffering a loss beyond comprehension. What right did they have to interfere with her mourning? On the 4th day, something fundamental changed. Arundel's body began to fade, becoming translucent like morning mist. Her physical form was dissolving, transforming into something that existed partially outside normal reality. The priests recognized what was happening with horror. The queen was dying, but not in the normal way that elves died. She was becoming undead, transforming through the sheer intensity of her grief into something that the natural order could not accommodate. They tried to intervene then, realizing too late that they should have acted sooner. A circle of priests surrounded Arundel, chanting prayers to Coralin Larethian and other elven deities, calling upon divine power to anchor the queen's spirit to her body and prevent the terrible transformation that was underway. But their prayers went unanswered, or perhaps simply could not overcome the force of Arundel's grief, which had become something greater than any individual will or divine mandate. Arundel opened her eyes, and they were no longer the warm amber that her subjects remembered. They were cold cold and distant, windows looking out onto an infinite void of loss and despair. She opened her mouth and released the wail that had been building inside her for 4 days, channeling it now through her transformed state, giving it power that no living throat could have sustained. The sound killed 17 people instantly, stopping their hearts and draining their life force in a single devastating instant. Others collapsed bleeding from their ears and eyes, their minds shattered by exposure to grief made manifest. The walls of the throne room cracked. The throne itself, carved from living wood that had been tended for over 1,000 years, withered and died. What stood where Queen Arundel had knelt was no longer entirely the woman who had ruled Ilianbrun. It was a banshee, an undead creature of pure grief and rage, bound to the material world by emotions too powerful to be dissolved by death. The banshee retained Arendel's memories and some fragment of her personality, but these were overlaid with an overwhelming compulsion to spread her suffering, to make others feel even a fraction of the agony that consumed her. The banshee fled from the palace, drifting through walls as if they were mist, unable to bear the presence of the living. She retreated deep into the forest, to a glade where she had often walked with Silivrin, where they had spent peaceful afternoons discussing philosophy and magic, and the responsibilities of rulership. There, in that place of former happiness, the banshee made her domain, and there she remained as the years, and then centuries passed. The war with the orcs eventually ended, with the elves victorious, but at terrible cost. Ilianbrun never fully recovered from the loss of its queen and the trauma of her transformation. The kingdom gradually declined, its population dwindling as elves emigrated to other realms or retreated into isolated communities. The great cities fell into ruin. The carefully tended groves grew wild. Within 200 years, Ilianbrun existed only as a memory and a collection of crumbling ruins scattered through the Neverwinter wood. But the banshee endured. Adventurers and travelers who ventured too close to her glade reported hearing a woman's voice crying out in anguish, singing lullabies in ancient Elvish, calling a name that no one recognized. Those who approached the glade itself sometimes never returned. Their bodies were found days later, faces frozen in expressions of absolute terror, hearts stopped by exposure to a grief that transcended mortal comprehension. The banshee that had been Queen Arundel existed in a state of eternal mourning, reliving Silivrin's death over and over, unable to move forward or find peace. Time held no meaning for her. Centuries passed like moments. The world changed around her, kingdoms rose and fell. New peoples settled the lands where elves once dwelt, but none of it registered in her awareness. She existed in a bubble of frozen time where her daughter had just died and would always be dying, where grief was fresh and raw and all-consuming. Other undead creatures that wandered through the forest learned to avoid the banshee's territory. Even mindless zombies and skeletons seemed to sense that something unnatural dwelt there. Something that violated the normal rules, even of undeath. Necromancers who attempted to control or bind the Banshee found their magic useless against her. She was sustained not by necromantic energy, but by pure emotion, by a feeling so intense that it had carved out its own space in reality and refused to be dislodged. Scholars who studied the phenomenon of banshees theorized that they represented a kind of emotional singularity, a point where grief became so concentrated that it warped the fundamental laws of existence. The banshee's wail was not merely a sound, but a transmission of that grief, forcing others to experience a fraction of what the banshee felt constantly. Those with weak constitutions could not survive such exposure. Their spirits simply gave up, overwhelmed by a sorrow that was not their own, but which felt more real and immediate than anything they had ever experienced. There were attempts over the centuries to lay the banshee to rest, to free Arundel's spirit from its prison of grief. Priests performed elaborate rituals, attempting to sever the emotional bonds that kept the banshee anchored to the material plane. Wizards tried to unweave the magic that sustained her existence. Even other elves, distant descendants of Ilianbrun's survivors, made pilgrimages to the glade to plead with the banshee to let go, to accept what had happened and move on to whatever afterlife awaited her. All such efforts failed. The banshee could not hear them, or if she heard, she could not respond in any meaningful way. She was trapped in her moment of loss, doomed to repeat it eternally. A cautionary tale about the dangers of love without limits and grief without outlet. In the present day, the glade where the banshee dwells remains one of the most dangerous locations in the Neverwinter Wood. Local guides warn travelers to avoid the area, marking it on maps with symbols that indicate cursed ground. The few who have survived encounters with the banshee report that she appears as a spectral elven woman of extraordinary beauty, dressed in flowing robes that shift and billow despite the absence of wind. Her hair moves around her head like it is underwater. Her eyes are hollow voids that reflect nothing. And when she opens her mouth to wail, the sound carries within it centuries of accumulated grief, a mother's love transformed into a weapon that can unmake life itself. The story of Queen Arundel and her transformation into a banshee serves as a reminder that some losses are too great for mortal minds to process. That grief untempered by acceptance or hope can become a prison more secure than any physical cage. It demonstrates the terrifying power of emotion, how feelings that we consider ephemeral and subjective can, under the right circumstances, reshape objective reality. And it stands as testament to the fact that love and horror are sometimes two sides of the same coin, that the capacity for profound devotion carries within it the potential for equally profound destruction when that devotion is betrayed by fate. Tale number 2, the halfling's long road. In the peaceful shires and comfortable burrows of halfling settlements across Faerun, there exists a saying passed down through generations. The saying goes that a halfling who leaves home will always find their way back, no matter how far they wander or how long they roam. But like many comforting folk wisdom phrases, this saying contains within it an assumption that not all halflings share. It assumes that home remains unchanged, waiting patiently for the wanderer's return. It assumes that the people you left behind will still be there when you decide to come back. And most importantly, it assumes that you will want to return at all. This is the story of a halfling named Merrick Thorngage, who left his home in a small settlement called Green Meadow when he was barely 20 years old, young by halfling standards, full of curiosity and wanderlust that his elders dismissed as a passing phase. Merrick would not return to Green Meadow for 103 years. And when he finally did return, he would discover that home is not a place that waits patiently for you. Home is a living thing that changes and grows, and sometimes dies, while you are away looking for something you can never quite name. Merrick was born in the year 1367 Dale Reckoning, in a halfling community that existed on the outskirts of the human kingdom of Cormer. Green Meadow was typical of such settlements, a collection of comfortable burrows built into the gentle hillsides, surrounded by carefully tended gardens and small farms that produced enough food to keep the community fed and happy. The halflings of Green Meadow had good relations with their human neighbors, trading their surplus crops and baked goods for tools and materials they could not produce themselves. Merrick grew up in this peaceful environment, the youngest of 7 children born to Willowbark and Daisy Thorngage. His childhood was unremarkable in the way that happy childhoods often are. He helped in the family garden, learned to bake bread in his mother's kitchen, played games with the other young halflings in the meadows that gave the settlement its name. By all accounts, he should have been content to remain there for his entire life, eventually taking over a portion of his family's land and raising children of his own. But Merrick possessed something that made him different from most of his peers. He had an insatiable curiosity about the world beyond Green Meadow's borders, a hunger to see distant places and meet people whose lives were nothing like his own, while other young halflings were content to hear stories from the occasional traveling merchant. Merrick wanted to experience those stories firsthand. He wanted to walk roads that led to unknown destinations, to sleep under unfamiliar stars, to taste foods whose names he could not yet pronounce. His parents tried to understand this restlessness in their youngest child, though it troubled them deeply. Halflings are, by nature, homebodies who value comfort and community above adventure and risk. The idea of leaving the safety and familiarity of Green Meadow to wander aimlessly across Faerun seemed almost incomprehensible to them. But they loved their son, and they recognized that trying to cage his wandering spirit would only make him miserable. So on a spring morning in the year 1387 Dale Reckoning, Merrick said goodbye to his family and set out on the road that led east from Greenmeadow. He carried a simple pack containing a few changes of clothes, some preserved food from his mother's kitchen, a small amount of coin saved from odd jobs around the settlement, and a hand-drawn map that showed the major roads and cities of western Faerun. He promised his parents that he would return someday, though he could not say when. His mother cried and made him promise to write letters whenever he could. His father embraced him tightly and told him to be careful, to remember that the world beyond Greenmeadow could be dangerous for a small halfling traveling alone. Merrick's first destination was the city of Suzil, the capital of Cormer, located several days' journey to the east. He had never seen a real city before, and the sight of Suzil's walls and towers rising above the landscape filled him with excitement and trepidation in equal measure. The city was enormous, home to tens of thousands of humans, with buildings that reached 4 and 5 stories into the sky, markets that sold goods from across Faerun and beyond, temples dedicated to a dozen different deities. In Suzil, Merrick found work at a tavern called the Golden Goblet, washing dishes and helping in the kitchen in exchange for meals and a small wage. The tavern's owner, a heavyset human woman named Marta, took pity on the young halfling, who seemed so overwhelmed by the city's chaos and noise. She gave him a corner in the storage room where he could sleep, and taught him how to navigate the city's winding streets without getting lost or robbed. Merrick spent 2 years in Suzil, learning about the wider world through conversations with the tavern's customers. He met merchants who had traveled to distant Waterdeep and exotic Calimshan. He met adventurers who told tales of delving into ancient ruins and battling terrible monsters in the wilderness. He met diplomats from other kingdoms, priests on pilgrimages to holy sites, wizards traveling to arcane academies. Each conversation opened new possibilities in his mind, showed him new places he might visit, new experiences he might have. When he finally left Suzil, Merrick had saved enough coin to sustain himself for several months on the road. He joined a merchant caravan heading north toward Arable, working as a cook and camp helper in exchange for protection and transportation. The caravan master was a gruff dwarf named Thorin Ironfoot, who initially doubted that a halfling could keep up with the caravan's pace. But Merrick proved himself capable and hardworking, and Thorin came to respect the young wanderer's determination. This pattern repeated itself over and over during the first decade of Merrick's journey. He would arrive in a new city or town, find work that would sustain him for a few months or years, save money, and then move on when the urge to see new places became too strong to resist. He traveled to Waterdeep and marveled at its cosmopolitan diversity. He visited Neverwinter and walked through its beautiful gardens. He even ventured as far north as Luskan, though the harsh climate and rough character of that city convinced him to move on quickly. Everywhere he went, Merrick wrote letters to his family in Greenmeadow, describing his adventures and the wonders he had witnessed. The letters arrived irregularly, sometimes several arriving at once after months of silence, other times spacing themselves out over regular intervals. His family wrote back faithfully at first, updating him on news from home, births and marriages, and deaths in the community. The success of various harvests, local gossip, that seemed trivial from Merrick's distant perspective, but which his mother included anyway, because she wanted him to feel still connected to Greenmeadow. In the city of Baldur's Gate, Merrick met an elven woman named Silakwi, who worked as a translator at the docks, helping merchants from distant lands communicate with local traders. Silakwi was fascinated by Merrick's wandering lifestyle, so different from the measured, patient way that elves typically experience the world. She invited him to share her small apartment overlooking the harbor, and for 3 years, they were lovers and companions, exploring the city together and sharing stories of their vastly different childhoods. But eventually, the relationship ended as Merrick had known it must. Silakwi wanted to return to her homeland in the high forest to reconnect with her people after years away. She asked Merrick to come with her, but he could not bring himself to commit to such a plan. The idea of settling in one place, even with someone he cared for deeply, felt like a betrayal of the journey he had set himself upon. They parted with sadness, but without bitterness, understanding that their paths were diverging, and that trying to force them to run parallel would only create resentment. After Baldur's Gate, Merrick turned south. He traveled through the kingdom of Am, where the obsession with wealth and status felt alien to his halfling sensibilities. He visited the city of Athkatla and found work at a library, helping to organize and catalog dusty tomes whose contents he could barely comprehend, but whose physical presence he found comforting. The library's head archivist was a human named Darius, who suffered from a wasting illness that slowly robbed him of his strength and mobility. Merrick cared for Darius during his final months, reading to him from the books he loved, preparing meals when the old scholar was too weak to cook for himself, sitting with him during the long nights when pain made sleep impossible. When Darius finally died, Merrick felt grief unlike anything he had experienced before. He had lost someone important, someone who had become like family during their brief time together. The funeral was small, attended only by a handful of other library staff and a few distant relatives, who seemed more interested in Darius's modest estate than in honoring his memory. This experience with death planted something in Merrick's mind, a seed of awareness that would gradually grow over the following decades. He was a halfling with a natural lifespan that could easily reach 150 years or more, but most of the friends he had made during his travels were humans, whose lives burned bright and brief like candles in the wind. He would outlive them, He would watch them grow old and die, while he remained essentially unchanged, still young by halfling standards, even as the people around him withered with age. From Merrick continued south into Tether, then west into Calamshan, where the desert heat and exotic culture made him feel like he had traveled to another world entirely. He spent 5 years in the city of Kalimport, working as a cook in a merchant's household and learning to prepare foods flavored with spices he had never encountered before. The merchant's family treated him kindly, and he became particularly close to their youngest daughter, a girl named Zara, who reminded him of his own nieces back in Greenmeadow. He watched Zara grow from a child of 7 into a young woman of 12, saw her marry at 16, helped care for her first child when she was 18. And then he moved on again, because the urge to see new places had returned, and staying in one place too long made him feel trapped and restless. He never saw Zara again, never learned what became of her or her children, and this too became part of the pattern of his life. The letters from Greenmeadow became less frequent as the decades passed. His parents wrote less often, their handwriting becoming shaky and uncertain. His siblings' letters replaced his parents' letters, and these brought news that Merrick had been dreading, but knew was inevitable. His father died in 1412 Dale Reckoning. His mother followed 3 years later. Several of his siblings had married and had children. One sister had died in childbirth. A brother had been killed in a border skirmish with bandits. The Greenmeadow he had left behind was changing. The people he had known were aging and dying, and being replaced by a new generation who knew Merrick only as a name in family stories. Merrick was 48 years old when his parents died, still young by halfling standards, but no longer the eager youth who had left home decades earlier. He considered returning to Greenmeadow for the funerals, but decided against it. Too much time had passed. He had become a stranger to his own family, someone who existed more as a memory than as a real person in their lives. Returning for brief visits would only emphasize how much he had drifted away from them. Instead, he turned east again, crossing back through lands he had visited before, but which had changed in his absence. Cities had grown larger or smaller. Rulers had changed. New temples had been built, while old ones crumbled into ruin. He began to understand that he was not the only thing that wandered and changed. The entire world was in constant motion, constantly transforming itself, and the idea of a static home waiting patiently for his return was an illusion he had been carrying with him all these years. In Sembia, Merrick befriended a human ranger named Garrett, who patrolled the roads and wilderness areas, protecting travelers from bandits and dangerous creatures. Garrett was 23 when they met, strong and confident, and full of the certainty that comes with youth. He invited Merrick to travel with him, and for 7 years they were companions on the road, camping under the stars, sharing meals cooked over open fires, watching each other's backs when danger threatened. Merrick was 59 when Garrett married a farmer's daughter and settled down to raise a family. By then, Garrett was 30, and the years of hard living on the road had aged him prematurely. He moved with more caution, complained about aches in his knees and back, spoke wistfully about having a warm bed and a roof over his head. Merrick attended the wedding and met Garrett's new wife, a pleasant woman named Alina who clearly adored her husband. He stayed for a week, helping Garrett build an addition onto Alina's family farmhouse. And then he said goodbye and returned to the road. He visited Garrett twice more over the following years, watching his friend's family grow and his friend's body age. The third visit was for Garrett's funeral. The ranger had died at 52, taken by a fever that the local priests could not cure. Merrick stood at the graveside with Garrett's grown children, people he barely knew, and felt the weight of his wandering life pressing down on him. He had outlived another friend, watched another brief human life flicker and go dark while he remained essentially unchanged. The pattern continued. Merrick made friends and lost them. He formed connections and watched them dissolve. He worked jobs in a dozen different cities, learned skills he would use for a while, and then abandoned, picked up languages and customs, and then moved on to new places where different languages and customs prevailed. He was a perpetual outsider, a wanderer who never stayed long enough to truly belong anywhere. By the time Merrick reached his 80th year, he had traveled across most of Faerun's western and central regions. He had seen wonders that most halflings never dreamed of. He had tasted foods from a dozen different cultures, heard music in styles that ranged from simple folk ballads to complex orchestral performances, witnessed festivals and ceremonies dedicated to gods whose names he struggled to remember. He had accumulated a lifetime of experiences that should have made him feel fulfilled and satisfied. But instead, he felt hollow. The constant motion that had once excited him now felt exhausting. The new places that had once filled him with wonder now seemed repetitive, just variations on themes he had already experienced countless times before. The friends he made could not replace the friends he had lost, because he knew from the beginning that these new friendships were temporary, that he would outlive these people just as he had outlived all the others. He began to think about Green Meadow more frequently, wondering what had become of his childhood home, whether any of his siblings were still alive, whether the community still existed or had been abandoned or destroyed in his absence. The letters had stopped coming years ago. He had no way of knowing what was happening there without making the journey himself. In the year 1490 Dale Reckoning, when Merrick was 123 years old, he finally decided to return home. He was traveling through the kingdom of Cormer at the time, not far from where his journey had begun more than a century earlier. The realization came to him suddenly one morning as he was breaking camp along the roadside. He wanted to see Green Meadow again, He wanted to know what had become of the place he had left behind so long ago, even if everyone he had known was dead, even if the community itself no longer existed. He needed to know. The journey back took him 3 weeks, following roads that were simultaneously familiar and strange. The landscape had changed in subtle ways. Forests had been cleared for farmland in some areas, while in others, abandoned fields had returned to wilderness. The road itself had been improved and rerouted in places, straightened and widened to accommodate increased traffic. He passed through villages that had not existed when he left, while other settlements he remembered had vanished completely. When he finally reached the hills where Green Meadow should be, his heart began to pound with anxiety and anticipation. He climbed the familiar path that led to the settlement's center, noticing changes with every step. Some of the old burrows had been expanded or renovated. New burrows had been dug into hillsides where he remembered only grass and wildflowers. The gardens were laid out differently, planted with different crops and flowers than those his mother had tended. Green Meadow still existed. The community had survived, but it was not the place Merrick remembered. It was newer and older at the same time, transformed by the passage of more than a century into something that felt both familiar and alien. He stood in the central square, uncertain what to do next. Halflings moved around him, going about their daily business, and none of them paid him any attention. They did not recognize him because they had never known him. This was a new generation, the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the people who had lived here when he left. Eventually, an elderly halfling woman approached him, her steps slow and careful. She studied his face with rheumy eyes and then spoke his name questioningly. Merrick Thorngage, is that you? He stared at her, trying to place her features, and then recognition came with a shock. This was Lily Underhill, who had been a young girl when he left, one of his sister's friends. She was old now, her face lined with age, her hair completely gray. But it was definitely Lily. "I thought you were dead," she said bluntly. "Everyone thought you were dead. The letters stopped coming decades ago." Merrick stayed in Green Meadow for 6 months. During that time, he learned what had become of his family and the people he had known. 3 of his siblings had survived into old age and died peacefully in their burrows, surrounded by children and grandchildren. 2 others had died younger, taken by illness or accident. His childhood home had been taken over by one of his nieces, now elderly herself, who welcomed him warmly, but also viewed him with suspicion. This wandering uncle who had abandoned his family and only returned when everyone he had left behind was dead. The community had changed in countless ways beyond just the physical transformations. New families had joined Green Meadow, bringing different customs and traditions. The relationship with the surrounding human settlements had evolved. Some of the old families had left, moving to cities or other halfling communities. The community's identity had shifted and adapted over the decades, maintaining continuity while also transforming into something new. Merrick realized, with a profound sadness, that the green meadow he had been carrying in his memories all these years existed only in his mind. The real green meadow had continued living and changing without him. His place in the community had been filled by others. His absence had been absorbed and accommodated, and his return changed nothing except to remind everyone of how long he had been gone. After 6 months, Merrick left Green Meadow again. But this time, he did not leave to seek adventure or satisfy wanderlust. He left because he understood that he no longer belonged there. He had become something that neither fully belonged to Green Meadow nor to the wider world he had spent a century exploring. He was caught between places, a permanent wanderer who had traded the possibility of home for the experience of the road. In the years that followed, Merrick continued traveling, but the character of his journey had changed. He no longer sought new experiences with the same enthusiasm. Instead, he moved through the world with a kind of resignation. A halfling who had outlived his own life, who carried within him memories of people and places that existed now only in his recollection. He made fewer friends, knowing how the relationships would end. He stayed in places for shorter periods, never allowing himself to become too attached. When Merrick Thorngage finally died at the age of 143, it was in a small inn along the road between two cities whose names hardly mattered. The innkeeper who found him simply reported another traveler who had passed away in the night. There was no one to mourn him, no family to be notified, no community that claimed him as their own. He was buried in the inn's small cemetery, his grave marked with a simple wooden post that bore his name and nothing else. The story of Merrick Thorngage is not unique. Throughout Faerun and the wider multiverse, there are those who choose the wandering life, who trade stability and community for freedom and experience. But Merrick's story illuminates a truth that many wanderers discover too late. The road gives, and the road takes away. It offers freedom, but demands loneliness as payment. It shows you wonders, but ensures that you experience them alone. And when you finally decide to go home, you may find that home has moved on without you, that the place you left behind exists now only in your memories, and that you have become a ghost, haunting the edges of a world that no longer has a place for you. The halflings of Green Meadow still tell stories about Merrick Thorngage, the wanderer who left and returned and left again. But the stories are incomplete, filtered through generations of retelling, reduced to the simple narrative of a restless halfling who could not appreciate what he had until it was gone. They do not understand, cannot understand, the complexity of his journey or the price he paid for his century on the road. That understanding died with Merrick, carried with him to his unmarked grave along a road whose name no one remembers. Tale number 3, the Myconid sovereign's dream. In the deepest reaches of the Underdark, where sunlight has never penetrated, and where the very concept of day and night holds no meaning, there exist vast caverns filled with forests of a peculiar kind. These are not forests of trees and leaves and bark, but rather sprawling groves of mushrooms and fungi in forms both beautiful and grotesque. Some fungi grow as tall as ancient oaks, their caps spreading wide enough to shelter entire communities beneath them. Others carpet the cavern floors in patterns of bioluminescent color, painting the darkness with soft glows of blue and green and purple. And dwelling among these fungal forests are the Myconids, the mushroom folk, creatures of quiet contemplation and collective consciousness, who have built civilizations based on principles utterly alien to surface dwellers. Myconids are bipedal fungi, shaped roughly like humanoids, but clearly not mammalian or reptilian, or any other category familiar to those who dwell above. Their bodies range from small specimens barely 3 feet tall to massive sovereigns who tower over even the tallest humans. Their flesh is spongy and resilient, capable of absorbing tremendous impacts without lasting damage. They have no mouths or vocal cords, communicating instead through the release of specialized spores that create telepathic connections between individuals, allowing them to share thoughts, memories, and emotions with a directness that spoken language can never achieve. This is the story of a Myconid sovereign named Basidia, who ruled over a circle of approximately 200 Myconids in a cavern system known to surface scholars as the Garden of Memories. Though the Myconids themselves had no name for it in any language that could be spoken aloud, Basidia was ancient even by Myconid standards, having existed for over 300 years, a lifespan made possible by the sovereign's unique position within the circle's collective consciousness. While individual Myconids lived for perhaps 40 or 50 years before their bodies broke down and returned to the fungal network that had spawned them, sovereigns endured much longer, sustained by the psychic energy of their entire community. Basidia had grown from a small sprout 3 centuries earlier, during a time when the Garden of Memories was just beginning to establish itself as a distinct Myconid settlement. The cavern had been discovered by a group of Myconid explorers who had wandered far from their parent colony, seeking new territory where they might establish their own circle. The cavern was perfect for their needs, with high humidity, stable temperatures, and an abundance of organic matter that could be broken down and recycled through the fungal network that connected all Myconids to each other and to the greater mycological ecosystem of the Underdark. As Basidia matured and grew, absorbing nutrients from the rich soil and the psychic nourishment provided by rapport spores shared among the circle, they began to exhibit the qualities that would eventually lead to their selection as sovereign. Basidia possessed a consciousness that was both individual and collective, capable of maintaining a distinct sense of self while also remaining deeply connected to the mental patterns of every other Myconid in the circle. This balance was crucial for a sovereign who needed to coordinate the activities of the entire community while also preserving the autonomy and dignity of each individual member. The Myconids of the Garden of Memories lived according to rhythms that bore no relation to the day and night cycles that governed surface life. They tended their fungal gardens, cultivating specific species for food and medicine and building materials. They explored the surrounding caverns, mapping new territory and establishing relationships with other Underdark denizens who proved willing to coexist peacefully. They spent long periods in what they called melding, releasing rapport spores and joining their consciousnesses together in states of communion that allowed them to share experiences and insights with a completeness impossible for beings who relied on language. Basidia guided their circle through challenges, both mundane and extraordinary. When a tunnel collapse sealed off one of their primary water sources, Basidia coordinated the effort to dig new channels that would redirect underground streams to the garden. When a group of Duergar attempted to enslave Myconids for use as laborers, Basidia negotiated a peaceful resolution by offering the gray dwarves access to specific medicinal fungi in exchange for leaving the circle unmolested. When disease threatened to wipe out an entire generation of young sprouts, Basidia drew upon centuries of accumulated knowledge to identify the pathogen and cultivate a counteragent. But what defined Basidia's reign as sovereign? What made them unique among the many Myconid leaders who had existed throughout the Underdark's long history was their dreams. Myconids did not sleep in the way that mammals or reptiles did. Their consciousness remained active continuously, processing information, maintaining the psychic connections that linked them to their circle, tending to the countless small adjustments that kept their bodies functioning. But Basidia experienced something different, a state they entered during periods of deep melding with the circle, when the boundaries between individual and collective consciousness became so blurred that new thoughts could emerge, ideas that belonged neither to Basidia alone nor to any other individual, but rather to the collective mind itself. These were the dreams of the circle, visions and insights that arose from the merged consciousness of 200 Myconids thinking as one. In these dreams, Basidia experienced the sum total of their people's existence, feeling the joy of new sprouts pushing up through rich soil, the satisfaction of a successful harvest, the sorrow of elders dissolving back into the fungal network, the curiosity that drove explorers into unknown tunnels, the contentment of melding sessions where thoughts flowed freely between minds without the friction of misunderstanding or isolation. The dreams showed Basidia possibilities that existed beyond the immediate reality of the Garden of Memories. They saw visions of vast underground seas teeming with fungal forests that stretched for miles in every direction. They glimpsed caverns where Myconids of different circles came together in great gatherings, sharing knowledge and genetic material that would strengthen all their communities. They felt echoes of an ancient past when Myconids had been more numerous and widespread, before conflicts with other Underdark races had driven them into isolated pockets scattered across the subterranean realm. For 270 years, Basidia guided their circle and dreamed their dreams, existing in a state of harmony that seemed as if it might continue forever. The Myconid understanding of time was different from that of shorter-lived races. They did not measure their lives in terms of individual achievements or milestones, but rather in terms of cycles and patterns, the slow accumulation of knowledge and experience that benefited not just the current generation, but all the generations yet to come. But even Myconids, patient and long-lived as they were, could not entirely escape the violence that characterized life in the Underdark. The Garden of Memories existed in a relatively peaceful region, far from the major trade routes and power centers, where drow houses and Illithid colonies competed for dominance. But isolation was not the same as safety, and eventually the outside world intruded upon the circle's tranquility. A group of adventurers from the surface world, drawn into the Underdark by rumors of lost treasures and ancient secrets, stumbled upon the Garden of Memories during their explorations. There were 6 of them, humans and dwarves, and 1 half-elf, all young and inexperienced, equipped with weapons and armor that seemed absurdly heavy and restrictive to the Myconids, who observed their arrival. The adventurers were lost, their supplies running low, their nerves frayed by weeks spent navigating the hostile environment of the deep Underdark. When they encountered the first Myconids, the adventurers reacted with alarm and aggression. They had heard stories about mushroom folk, tales that painted them as dangerous monsters who infected victims with mind-controlling spores and transformed them into fungal zombies. These stories were mostly false, based on encounters with a parasitic fungus that occasionally animated corpses. But the adventurers did not know this. They saw the Myconids as threats and attacked accordingly. The Myconids tried to communicate, releasing rapport spores that would have allowed for direct mental contact and understanding. But the adventurers, terrified that the spores were some kind of attack, responded by casting protective spells and launching their own offensive. Flames erupted through the fungal forest. Steel blades cut down Myconids who had never known violence. Magic missiles slammed into ancient mushroom trees that had stood for centuries, shattering their stalks and collapsing their massive caps. Basidia felt each death through their connection to the circle, experiencing the dissolution of consciousness as Myconids were killed, feeling their final thoughts of confusion and fear and betrayal. The Sovereign tried desperately to coordinate a response, to organize the surviving Myconids into some kind of defensive formation, to create enough space and time to attempt communication again. But the adventurers were too aggressive, too frightened to pause, and consider that they might be attacking peaceful beings who had done nothing to threaten them. In the end, 143 Myconids died in the attack. The adventurers, having expended most of their magical resources, and realizing too late that the creatures they were fighting had not been hostile, fled the garden in horror at what they had done. They left behind a devastated community, fungal groves burned to ash, ancient growths destroyed, and most devastatingly, a sovereign whose connection to their circle had been shattered by the loss of over 2/3 of their people. Basidia survived the attack physically unharmed, having retreated to the deepest chamber of their dwelling during the violence. But psychically, the sovereign had been catastrophically wounded. The sudden severing of so many connections, the abrupt silence where once had been the constant background presence of 143 distinct consciousnesses, created a void in Basidia's mind that could not be filled or repaired. The surviving Myconids gathered around their sovereign, releasing rapport spores in an attempt to comfort and heal, to rebuild the web of consciousness that had been torn apart. But there were too few of them now. The circle had fallen below a critical threshold, unable to generate the collective psychic energy necessary to sustain the kind of deep communion that had characterized their existence. The dreams that had guided Basidia for so long could no longer form, because there were not enough minds to merge together, not enough perspectives to synthesize into new insights. Basidia fell into a state that Myconids called the silence, a condition where the sovereign remained conscious but disconnected, unable to fully engage with either their individual thoughts or the diminished collective that still reached out to them. Days passed, then weeks, then months. The surviving Myconids tried to continue their routines, tending their gardens and exploring their territory. But everything felt hollow now, mechanical actions performed out of habit rather than purpose. The sovereign stood in the central chamber of the garden, unmoving, their body slowly growing new layers of fungal growth that would normally have been groomed away by attendants. But Basidia did not notice or care about their physical condition. They were lost in the silence, surrounded by the psychic ghosts of the 143 Myconids who had died, whose final thoughts still echoed in the spaces where their living presence should have been. And then, slowly, something began to change. Basidia started to dream again, but these were not the communal dreams they had experienced before. These were individual dreams, belonging to Basidia alone, emerging from the sovereign's isolated consciousness, rather than from the merged awareness of the circle. The dreams were strange and disjointed, filled with images and concepts that had no clear meaning or purpose. Basidia dreamed of the surface world, a place they had never seen and could barely conceptualize. They saw sunlight, that impossible brightness that surface dwellers took for granted, painting the world in colors that hurt to perceive. They saw forests of actual trees, wood and leaf and bark, so different from the fungal forests of the Underdark, but recognizably similar in their structure and function. They saw creatures moving through the daylight, birds and mammals and insects, all living according to cycles of light and dark that seemed absurd and arbitrary. The dreams were not pleasant. They carried within them a sense of profound wrongness, of being disconnected from everything that made existence meaningful. Basidia had lost their circle, their collective, the web of consciousness that had defined their identity for 300 years. The dreams showed them what it meant to be truly alone, to exist as a singular entity with no connection to anything larger than oneself. It was how surface dwellers lived their entire lives, trapped in individual skulls, communicating through crude approximations of thought called language, never truly understanding each other. The surviving Myconids watched their sovereign with growing concern. They released rapport spores constantly, trying to draw Basidia back into connection with them. But the sovereign remained locked in their solitary dreams, unable or unwilling to rejoin the collective. The Myconids debated what should be done. Some argued that they should allow Basidia to dissolve, to return to the fungal network and be reabsorbed, their experiences and memories distributed among the survivors. Others insisted that the sovereign might yet recover, that given enough time, Basidia might find a way to rebuild their shattered consciousness. In the end, the decision was taken from them. Basidia, deep in their isolated dreams, began to change in ways that no Myconid had ever changed before. Their bodies started producing new types of spores, varieties that the circle had never seen, releasing them in clouds that filled the central chamber and drifted out into the surrounding caverns. These spores did not facilitate rapport or healing or any of the normal Myconid functions. Instead, they carried within them fragments of Basidia's dreams, impressions of the sovereign's isolated consciousness, shards of experience that could not be integrated into the normal collective awareness. The spores spread throughout the garden of memories and beyond, drifting on underground air currents, settling on surfaces, and being absorbed by other fungi. And wherever they landed, they created strange effects. Mushrooms grew in impossible formations, twisting into shapes that mimicked the trees and animals from Basidia's surface world dreams. Bioluminescent fungi began glowing with colors that resembled sunlight, painful and beautiful simultaneously. Other Myconid circles in nearby caverns reported experiencing brief flashes of Basidia's isolation, moments where they felt themselves disconnected from their collectives, trapped in singular consciousness. The dreams were spreading, becoming something more than just the private experience of one damaged sovereign. They were transforming into a kind of psychic infection, not harmful in the traditional sense, but deeply disturbing nonetheless. They showed Myconids what it meant to be alone, to exist without the comfort and support of the collective. And this knowledge was corrosive to their entire way of life. Basidia finally emerged from their standing meditation after 9 months had passed. They looked at the surviving members of their circle, released rapport spores to reconnect with them, and felt the diminished web of consciousness that was all that remained of what had once been a thriving community. The sovereign's first thought, shared with all the survivors simultaneously, was a question that had no answer. Could they rebuild? Could a circle that had lost so many members ever truly recover? Would new sprouts grow to replace those who had been killed? Or had the damage been too severe, the collective too weakened to sustain new life? The survivors had no answers to offer. They could only share their own uncertainty, their own grief and confusion and fear. For the first time in 300 years, Basidia did not know what to do. The dreams that had once guided them were gone, replaced by nightmares of isolation. The collective wisdom that had sustained them through every previous crisis had been shattered. They were adrift, a sovereign without a kingdom, a dreamer whose dreams had become poison. In the years that followed, the Garden of Memories slowly recovered a semblance of functionality. New sprouts did grow, absorbing nutrients from the bodies of the fallen and the lingering psychic energy that still saturated the cavern. But the circle never regained what it had lost. The dreams never returned in their original form. Basidia remained sovereign, guiding their reduced community with the best of their diminished ability. But there was a hollowness at the heart of everything they did. The story of Basidia and the Garden of Memories spread through Myconid circles across the Underdark, carried by wandering sprouts and exchanged during rare intercircle gatherings. It became a cautionary tale about the fragility of collective consciousness, about how quickly harmony could be shattered by violence from those who did not understand what they were destroying. But it also became something more profound, a meditation on the nature of dreams and isolation, on what it meant to lose connection with something larger than oneself, on the terrible price of individuality. Basidia still lives, though whether that existence can truly be called living remains an open question. The sovereign stands in the central chamber of the Garden of Memories, connected to their reduced circle, but forever carrying within them the memory of those 143 lost consciousnesses, forever haunted by dreams of a surface world they will never see, and an isolation they can never escape. Tale number 4. The Hobgoblin's Honor. The goblinoid races are often dismissed by surface scholars as mere monsters, creatures of violence and cruelty, whose only contributions to civilization are destruction and warfare. But this assessment, comfortable as it might be for those who view the world through narrow lenses of good and evil, fails to account for the complex social structures and rigid codes of conduct that govern hobgoblin society. Among the 3 primary goblinoid races, the hobgoblins stand apart from their smaller goblin cousins and their larger bugbear relatives. Hobgoblins have built military cultures based on discipline, strategy, and a concept of honor that rivals anything found in knightly orders or monastic traditions. This is the story of Commander Azurk Ironhide, a hobgoblin who served in the Black Skull Legion, one of the most prestigious military formations in the goblinoid territories of Eastern Faerun. Azurk was born into the Legion, as was traditional among hobgoblins whose entire society revolved around martial excellence and military service. His parents had both been career soldiers, his mother a sergeant in the infantry and his father a tactical officer who had distinguished himself in numerous campaigns against rival goblinoid factions and surface world kingdoms. Hobgoblin society operated according to principles that valued competence above all else. Social status was determined not by birth or wealth, but by demonstrated military skill and leadership ability. A hobgoblin who showed promise in combat training could rise through the ranks regardless of their parentage, while those who proved incompetent or cowardly were demoted or expelled from the Legion entirely. This meritocratic system created fierce competition among warriors, but also fostered genuine excellence, producing soldiers whose tactical acumen and martial prowess made them formidable opponents on any battlefield. Azurk proved himself exceptional from an early age. He mastered weapons, training faster than his cohort mates, displayed natural aptitude for tactical thinking during war game exercises, and demonstrated the kind of iron discipline that hobgoblin officers valued above raw physical strength. By the time he reached 20 years old, young by hobgoblin standards, but not impossibly so, Azurk had earned promotion to squad leader, commanding a unit of 10 warriors who looked to him for guidance and strategic direction. The Black Skull Legion was stationed in a fortress complex called Iron Gate, built into a mountain pass that controlled access to the goblinoid territories. The fortress had stood for over 200 years, expanded and reinforced by successive generations of hobgoblin engineers who took pride in their defensive works. Iron Gate was not merely a military installation, but a functioning community, home to approximately 3,000 hobgoblins who lived according to strict military protocols that governed everything from meal times to sleeping arrangements to protocols for settling disputes between warriors. Azurk thrived in this environment. He found comfort in the predictability of military routine, satisfaction in the clarity of hierarchical command structures, and purpose in the Legion's mission to defend goblinoid territory from external threats. Unlike many surface dwellers who struggled with ambiguity and uncertainty, Azurk knew exactly what was expected of him at all times. The Legion's code of conduct spelled out appropriate behavior in every situation. There were no moral dilemmas requiring individual judgment, only orders to be followed and duties to be performed. Over the course of 25 years, Azurk rose steadily through the ranks. Squad leader became platoon commander, which led to company captain, which which eventually resulted in his promotion to battalion commander with authority over 500 warriors. Each promotion brought additional responsibilities and higher expectations, but also greater respect from his peers and superiors. Azurk's tactical innovations became case studies taught to younger officers. His leadership style, which balanced strict discipline with genuine concern for his soldiers' welfare, earned him loyalty that went beyond mere adherence to military hierarchy. But what truly defined Azurk's reputation was his absolute commitment to the Hobgoblin Code of Honor. This code was not written down in any formal document, but rather existed as a set of shared principles passed down through generations of warriors. The code emphasized several key values. Strength was admirable, but worthless without discipline. Victory was meaningless if achieved through cowardice or deception. A warrior's word, once given, was inviolable. Loyalty to the Legion superseded all personal desires or concerns. And perhaps most importantly, a commander's first duty was to the soldiers under their command, who had placed their lives in their leader's hands and deserved to have that trust honored. Azurk had internalized these principles so completely that they shaped his every decision and action. When the Legion's supply officers attempted to shortchange his battalion's rations to cover their own embezzlement, Azurk reported them without hesitation, despite knowing it would create powerful enemies. When a young warrior in his command panicked during a skirmish and abandoned his post, Azurk personally oversaw the discipline rather than delegating it to junior officers, wanting to ensure the punishment was proportionate and just. When a rival commander challenged Azurk's tactical decisions during a war council, Azurk welcomed the debate rather than viewing it as insubordination, because honest discourse made the Legion stronger. This unwavering adherence to the code earned Azurk enemies as well as admirers. Some hobgoblins viewed his scrupulous honesty as naive, his concern for his soldiers' welfare as weakness, his willingness to accept criticism as a lack of proper authority. But Azurk never wavered. The code was not merely a set of guidelines to be followed when convenient. It was the foundation of Hobgoblin civilization, the force that transformed brutal goblinoids into disciplined warriors, capable of building lasting institutions. To compromise the code for personal advantage was to betray everything the Legion represented. The crisis that would define Azurk's life and ultimately destroy him began with a change in leadership at the highest levels of the Black Skull Legion. General Fractor Bloodclaw, who had commanded the Legion for 30 years with distinction and honor, died in his sleep at the age of 72. His death was unexpected despite his age, because Hobgoblin warriors rarely died of natural causes, usually falling in battle or being killed in duels long before their bodies succumbed to the weaknesses of old age. But Fractor had been fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate enough, to survive every conflict he had fought in. living long enough to experience the physical decline that most hobgoblins never witnessed. The selection of Vractor's replacement followed established protocol. The Legion's senior officers formed a council to evaluate candidates and vote on the most qualified successor. Aarakocra was among those considered, his reputation and experience making him a legitimate contender for the position. But the council ultimately selected Colonel Grazik Skullcrusher, a hobgoblin whose military record was impressive, but whose character Aarakocra had always questioned. Grazik had risen through the ranks through a combination of tactical skill and political maneuvering. He cultivated relationships with powerful figures in the Legion's hierarchy, made strategic alliances with influential families, and demonstrated a willingness to bend rules when it served his advancement. Nothing he did was overtly dishonorable, at least not in ways that could be proven. But Aarakocra had always sensed something hollow about Grazik's adherence to the code, as if he viewed it as a tool for manipulation rather than a genuine moral framework. Under Grazik's command, the Black Skull Legion began to change in subtle but significant ways. The new general implemented policies that increased the authority of senior officers while reducing protections for common soldiers. He formed an elite guard unit composed of warriors loyal primarily to him rather than to the Legion as an institution. He began negotiating treaties with neighboring powers that benefited the Legion's leadership financially while providing questionable strategic advantages. And most troublingly, he started interpreting the Code of Honor in ways that justified actions previously considered unacceptable. Aarakocra watched these changes with growing unease. He raised concerns during war councils, arguing that Grazik's policies were eroding the principles that made the Legion strong. But his objections were dismissed or ignored. The other senior officers, whether genuinely supportive of Grazik's leadership or simply unwilling to challenge someone who now held ultimate authority, refused to back Aarakocra's position. He found himself increasingly isolated, a voice of dissent in an organization that valued unity and obedience to command. The breaking point came during a campaign against a human kingdom that bordered goblinoid territory. The humans had been raiding across the border, attacking hobgoblin settlements and stealing resources. A military response was clearly justified. But Grazik's strategy went beyond simple retaliation or defense. He ordered the Legion to launch a massive invasion, not merely to punish the raiders, but to conquer territory, enslave populations, and extract wealth that would enrich the Legion's officer corps. Aarakocra objected strenuously during the planning sessions. He argued that such an invasion violated the defensive mandate that had always guided the Legion's operations. Hobgoblins were not conquerors or slavers. They defended their territory and maintained order within goblinoid lands. But they did not wage wars of aggression for personal enrichment. Such behavior was more characteristic of orcs or evil human kingdoms, not honorable hobgoblin warriors. Grazik responded to Azurk's objections with barely concealed contempt. He accused Azurk of cowardice, suggesting that his reluctance to pursue an aggressive strategy reflected weakness rather than principle. He reminded Azurk that questioning a superior's orders bordered on insubordination, a serious offense under military law. And he made it clear that Azurk could either support the invasion or find himself facing disciplinary action that would end his career. Azurk faced an impossible choice. The code demanded loyalty to the Legion and obedience to legitimate authority, but it also demanded honor in all actions and protection of the weak. Grazik's invasion plan violated fundamental principles while technically remaining within the bounds of military hierarchy. Azurk could obey orders and preserve his career while participating in something he believed was deeply wrong, or he could refuse and face the consequences of defying direct commands from the Legion's supreme commander. After days of anguished deliberation, Azurk made his decision. He would follow orders and participate in the invasion, but he would do so in a way that minimized harm to innocent civilians and preserved what honor could be salvaged from the situation. His battalion would fight when necessary, but would not engage in needless slaughter or enslavement. He would interpret his orders in the most restrictive way possible, finding loopholes and technicalities that would allow him to maintain his principles while avoiding outright disobedience. The invasion proceeded as planned. The Black Skull Legion crossed into human territory with overwhelming force, quickly overcoming border defenses and pushing deep into settled lands. But Azurk's battalion operated differently from the others. While other units burned villages and enslaved captives, Azurk's warriors focused on military objectives, attacking enemy soldiers, but allowing civilians to flee. When his superiors questioned these choices, Azurk cited tactical justifications, arguing that enslaving populations would slow the advance and create security problems. For a time, this approach worked. Azurk maintained the appearance of compliance while quietly subverting the invasion's worst excesses. His soldiers, who shared many of his concerns about the operation's honorability, followed his lead without question. They trusted their commander, believed in his judgment, and were willing to take risks to preserve their own sense of honor. But Grazik eventually learned what Azurk was doing. Intelligence reports from other units made it clear that Azurk's battalion was not following the same protocols as the rest of the Legion. Civilian populations in areas controlled by Azurk's forces reported being treated with unexpected mercy. Soldiers captured by Azurk's warriors spoke of receiving proper treatment as prisoners of war rather than being killed or enslaved. And the wealth flowing back to Legion coffers from Azurk's territory was significantly less than from comparable areas. Grazik summoned Azurk to his command tent and confronted him with evidence of his defiance. The general's rage was cold and controlled, more dangerous than any shouting or threats could have been. He accused Azurk of betraying the Legion, of placing his personal principles above the collective good, of undermining military discipline through his selective interpretation of orders. And then he gave Azurk one final chance to redeem himself by personally leading an assault on a human city that would demonstrate his commitment to the invasion's objectives. The target was a city called Asheville, home to approximately 5,000 civilians, and defended by a garrison of perhaps 300 soldiers. Military intelligence suggested the city could be taken with minimal casualties on the Hobgoblin side, but Grazik's orders were explicit. The city was to be sacked, its population enslaved, and its wealth seized. There were to be no exceptions, no mercy for those who surrendered, no quarter given to civilians who posed no military threat. Azurk knew immediately that he could not follow these orders. They violated everything the code represented, every principle that supposedly elevated hobgoblins above mere monsters. But he also knew that refusal would mean death or exile, the destruction of everything he had built over 45 years of loyal service. His entire adult life had been dedicated to the Legion. Walking away would make that life meaningless. In the end, Azurk chose honor over obedience. He refused the orders, stated clearly and formally that he would not participate in the sack of Asheville, and offered his resignation from the Legion. The other officers present were stunned into silence. Hobgoblins did not refuse orders from superior officers. They did not resign from the Legion. Such actions were almost inconceivable, violations of fundamental social norms that made the entire military structure function. Grazik accepted Azurk's resignation immediately, then had him arrested for cowardice and treason. The charges were absurd on their face, but they served Grazik's purposes by discrediting Azurk and warning other potential dissenters about the consequences of defiance. Azurk was stripped of his rank and possessions, confined under guard, and scheduled for trial before a military tribunal that would almost certainly find him guilty and sentence him to execution. But something unexpected happened during the night before Azurk's trial. His former battalion, the 500 warriors who had served under his command and witnessed his struggle to maintain honor in an increasingly dishonorable situation, staged a prison break. They overwhelmed the guards, freed their commander, and deserted the Legion en masse. By dawn, Azurk and his entire battalion had fled Irongate, abandoning the only life any of them had ever known. The desertion sent shockwaves through the Black Skull Legion. 500 trained warriors had vanished overnight, following a disgraced commander into exile rather than remaining loyal to the Legion itself. Grazik declared them all traitors and outlaws, subject to death on sight if they were ever captured. But he could not pursue them immediately, because the invasion of human territory was still ongoing and required all available forces. Azurk and his battalion fled deep into the wilderness, settling eventually in a remote mountain valley far from any Hobgoblin territory. They built a new community there, maintaining military discipline and structure, but operating according to principles they chose for themselves, rather than accepting orders from corrupt leadership. They called themselves the Legion of the Lost, warriors without a home, but still bound by the code that had shaped their entire lives. The story of Azurk Ironhide and the Legion of the Lost spread throughout goblinoid territories, carried by traders and wandering warriors who encountered the exiles during their travels. Different factions interpreted the story in different ways. Some viewed Azurk as a traitor who had placed his personal pride above legitimate authority. Others saw him as a hero who had sacrificed everything to preserve honor when the institution he served had abandoned it. The truth, as is often the case, was more complex than either simple interpretation allowed. Azurk lived for 15 more years after his exile, leading the Legion of the Lost and maintaining the code even in circumstances far removed from traditional Hobgoblin military life. He died defending a human village from orc raiders, killed by an arrow that pierced his throat. The villagers, who had initially feared the hobgoblins who had appeared in their region, but who had come to respect and trust them, buried Azurk with honor and raised a marker over his grave that read simply, Commander Azurk Ironhide, loyal to honor. The story of Azurk's life and death raises questions about loyalty, honor, and the relationship between individual conscience and institutional authority. When the institution betrays its own principles, does honor demand continued obedience or justified defiance? Where is the line between necessary discipline and blind obedience? And what does it mean to remain true to a code when the society that created that code has abandoned it? These are questions without easy answers, questions that warriors and leaders have struggled with across every culture and time period. But in the mountains, where the Legion of the Lost made their final home, where hobgoblins who chose exile over dishonor built a new life according to old principles, Azurk's answer remains clear. Honor is not granted by institutions or preserved through obedience to authority. It is earned through consistent adherence to principles, even when such adherence comes at terrible cost. Tale number 5, The Sphinx's Riddle. Among the ancient guardians and keepers of secrets that populate the forgotten places of the multiverse, few beings command the same mixture of respect and dread as the Sphinxes. These creatures, with their leonine bodies, powerful wings, and faces that range from human to bestial, depending on their particular variety, serve as gatekeepers to knowledge, both mundane and profound. They are not mere monsters to be slain for treasure or experience, but rather entities of purpose, created by the gods themselves to fulfill specific functions in the grand architecture of reality. And perhaps the most fundamental of these functions is the asking of riddles, those tests of wit and wisdom that separate the worthy from the unworthy, the clever from the foolish, the patient from the rash. This is the story of a Gynosphinx named Kephara, whose existence spanned over 8,000 years, from an age when the gods walked openly among mortals to the current era, where divine intervention had become rare and indirect. Kephara was created during what scholars now call the Dawn Age, a time of mythic heroes and terrible monsters, when the boundaries between the planes were more fluid, and reality itself seemed more malleable to the wills of powerful beings. She had been shaped by divine magic, given form and consciousness for a specific purpose that would define every moment of her extraordinarily long existence. Kephara's purpose was to guard a temple complex dedicated to Savras, the god of divination and fate, located in what would eventually become the desert kingdom of Kalimshan, but which in that ancient era was lush grassland dotted with thriving cities. The temple housed an artifact of tremendous power, the Orb of Perfect Sight, a crystalline sphere that could reveal any truth, answer any question, and pierce any deception. Such an artifact could not be left unguarded or accessible to just anyone who happened to wander through the temple doors. It required protection, but more than that, it required a guardian who could determine which seekers deserved access to its power and which did not. Sphinxes were ideal for such purposes. They possessed formidable physical capabilities, able to tear apart most creatures foolish enough to attack them. They commanded powerful magic, particularly divination spells, that allowed them to perceive truth and see through illusions. But most importantly, they had minds suited for the evaluation of seekers, capable of crafting riddles that tested not merely intelligence, but wisdom, creativity, moral reasoning, and the capacity for lateral thinking that separated genuine seekers of knowledge from those who merely wanted power. Kephara took to her role with dedication that might have surprised even the deity who had created her. She did not view her guardianship as a burden or a limitation, but rather as a sacred trust, an opportunity to participate in something larger than herself. The temple became her home, the Orb of Perfect Sight her charge, and the endless stream of seekers who came looking for divine wisdom her purpose for existing. For the first 1,000 years of her guardianship, Kephara asked traditional riddles, the kind passed down through generations of sphinxes and recorded in ancient texts. These were clever wordplay puzzles about creatures that walked on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening. They were logic problems about travelers choosing between paths, farmers dividing inheritances among children, or merchants calculating weights and measures. They tested intelligence and education, favoring those who had studied widely and thought carefully about language and mathematics. But as centuries accumulated, and Kefara encountered thousands upon thousands of seekers, she began to notice patterns in who succeeded and who failed. The riddles, clever as they were, did not necessarily identify the most worthy candidates. Scholars who had memorized vast libraries of information could solve complex logic puzzles, but lacked practical wisdom. Clever merchants could navigate wordplay, but had no understanding of deeper philosophical truths, and some who answered correctly proved themselves unworthy when they finally gained access to the orb, using its power for selfish purposes that violated the spirit of genuine knowledge-seeking. So Kefara began crafting her own riddles, unique puzzles that emerged from her observations of mortal nature and her growing understanding of what separated wisdom from mere cleverness. These new riddles were not necessarily more difficult than the traditional ones, but they operated on different principles. They tested character as much as intelligence, probed motivations rather than just capabilities, and required self-knowledge that many seekers had never cultivated. One of Kefara's most famous riddles, one that she posed to hundreds of seekers over the course of several centuries, went like this: I am the prison that you build for yourself, stronger than any walls of stone. I am the freedom that terrifies you more than any cage. I am given freely, but received with suspicion. I am hoarded desperately, but possess no weight. What am I? The answer was trust, but very few seekers solved the riddle correctly on their first attempt. Most offered answers like hope or love or knowledge, all of which had elements of truth, but missed the specific paradoxes that Kefara had embedded in her question. Those who did solve it correctly often did so because they understood from personal experience how trust could function as both liberation and confinement, how it required vulnerability that many found more frightening than physical danger. Kefara used the riddle not merely as a gate to be passed, but as a diagnostic tool. How seekers approached the puzzle revealed their thought processes, their biases, their capacity for introspection. Those who immediately demanded hints showed impatience that suggested they wanted answers without effort. Those who became angry when their first guesses proved incorrect revealed egos that could not tolerate uncertainty. Those who gave up quickly demonstrated a lack of persistence that would serve them poorly when confronting the difficult truths that the orb might reveal. Over the millennia, Kefara refined her evaluation process until it became something approaching an art form. She learned to read body language, to hear unspoken doubts in the pauses between words, to sense the deeper currents of motivation that drove seekers to her temple. She developed multiple riddles for different types of supplicants, adjusting her questions based on what she intuited about each individual's strengths and weaknesses. A warrior might receive a riddle about the nature of courage. A wizard might face questions about the relationship between knowledge and wisdom. A ruler might be asked to contemplate the paradoxes of power and responsibility. But as Kefara's sophistication in posing riddles increased, she began to experience something unexpected and deeply troubling. She started to doubt whether any of her riddles were adequate to the task she had been assigned. The orb of perfect sight contained infinite knowledge, access to truths that could reshape civilizations or destroy them. How could any riddle, no matter how cleverly constructed, truly determine whether a mortal was prepared to bear such responsibility? How could a few moments of verbal sparring possibly reveal the depths of character necessary to use ultimate knowledge wisely? These doubts grew stronger as Kefara witnessed the consequences of her decisions. Some seekers whom she had judged worthy and granted access to the orb used its revelations to accomplish great good, ending wars, curing plagues, preventing disasters. But others, whom she had evaluated with equal care, used the knowledge they gained for purposes that ranged from morally questionable to outright catastrophic. She could not always predict which seekers would rise to the responsibility and which would fail, and this unpredictability haunted her. In the year 3872 of the temple's operation, a young woman named Tehani approached Kefara, seeking access to the orb. Tehani was unremarkable in most respects, neither particularly educated nor obviously heroic, just an ordinary person driven by desperation. Her village was dying of a mysterious illness that the local healers could not identify or treat. She had traveled for months to reach the temple, following rumors that the orb of perfect sight could answer any question, including how to cure diseases that baffled mortal medicine. Kefara posed her riddle about trust, expecting that Tehani would struggle with it as most seekers did. But the young woman answered almost immediately, without hesitation or doubt. "Trust is the answer," she said simply, "because I had to trust that this place existed, that the orb was real, that you would give me a fair chance to prove myself worthy. And now I have to trust that if I solve your riddle correctly, you will actually grant me access rather than finding some excuse to deny me." Kefara was impressed by the speed and confidence of Tehani's answer, but she probed deeper, as was her custom. "Why should I grant you access to infinite knowledge for something as mundane as curing a village illness? The orb reveals truths that reshape kingdoms. Would you waste its power on such a small concern?" Tehani met the Sphinx's gaze without flinching. "Small to whom? The people dying in my village, are their lives worth less because there are not many of them? Is knowledge only valuable if it serves grand purposes? I think that reveals more about the questioner than the question." This response gave Kefara pause. It was not the kind of answer she typically received from seekers. Most argued about the importance of their quests, tried to convince her that their needs were sufficiently significant to justify access to the orb. But Tehani had instead questioned the premise of Kefara's question. challenging the assumption that some knowledge was more worthy than other knowledge. Some lives more valuable than others. Kefara granted Tehani access to the orb, watching as the young woman approached the artifact and asked her single question about the illness plaguing her village. The orb revealed the answer. A complex explanation involving a parasite that lived in a specific type of grain, and the herbal remedy that would purge it from infected bodies. Tehani memorized every detail, thanked Kefara with genuine gratitude, and departed to save her village. This encounter planted something in Kefara's mind, a seed of recognition that would gradually grow into a transformative realization. Tehani's question about who determined what knowledge was valuable echoed in the Sphinx's thoughts long after the young woman had left the temple. For 8,000 years, Kefara had been evaluating seekers based on criteria that she had developed through observation and reasoning. But those criteria reflected her own biases and assumptions, her own understanding of what made someone worthy of knowledge. What if she was wrong? What if the entire framework she had been using was fundamentally flawed? Kefara began experimenting with her riddles, not merely refining them, but questioning their very purpose. She posed riddles that had no single correct answer, testing whether seekers could tolerate ambiguity. She asked questions that seemed simple but concealed profound philosophical complexities. She created puzzles that forced seekers to examine their own motivations and biases, and through these experiments, she gradually came to understand something that 8,000 years of experience had not taught her. The riddles were not really about finding worthy seekers. They were about making unworthy seekers disqualify themselves. The truly dangerous supplicants were those who lacked self-awareness, who did not understand their own limitations, who believed they were prepared for knowledge that exceeded their capacity to process it responsibly. The riddles served as mirrors, reflecting seekers' true natures back at them, giving them opportunities to recognize their own inadequacies and withdraw voluntarily rather than pressing forward to inevitable disaster. This realization transformed Kefara's approach to her guardianship. She stopped trying to craft riddles that perfectly distinguished worthy from unworthy seekers, because she understood now that such perfect discrimination was impossible. Instead, she focused on creating opportunities for honest self-evaluation, presenting seekers with challenges that would reveal to them, if they were willing to look, whether they were truly prepared for what they sought. But this new understanding came with a terrible burden. Kefara realized that for 8,000 years, she had been operating under a flawed premise. How many seekers had she wrongly turned away? How many had she mistakenly granted access? How much harm had she caused through her imperfect judgment? And how much good had she prevented through her excessive caution? These questions tormented Kefara during her long meditations, the periods when she retreated into the deeper chambers of the temple to reflect on her experiences and consider the nature of her purpose. She could not change the past, could not undo the decisions she had made. But she could learn from them, could adjust her methods going forward, could try to minimize future mistakes, even while knowing that perfect judgment would always elude her. In the present day, 8,000 years after her creation, Kefara still guards the temple of Savras and the orb of perfect sight. The temple itself has fallen into partial ruin. The lush grasslands have become desert, and the nearby cities have crumbled to dust. But Kefara endures, asking her riddles to the occasional seeker, who still manages to find the forgotten temple and brave the desert crossing to reach it. Her riddles have evolved beyond anything that ancient sphinxes would recognize. They are no longer simply clever wordplay or logic puzzles. They are invitations to self-examination, opportunities for seekers to confront uncomfortable truths about themselves, tests that measure not intelligence, but something far more difficult to quantify. And when seekers fail her riddles now, Kefara does not dismiss them with scorn or violence. She offers them wisdom instead, sharing what she has learned over millennia about the relationship between knowledge and responsibility, between power and wisdom, between what we want and what we are prepared to receive. The story of Kefara and her evolving riddles illuminates a truth that applies far beyond the specific circumstances of one sphinx guarding one artifact. The questions we ask reveal as much about us as the answers we receive. The criteria we use to judge others reflect our own values and limitations. And wisdom is not a destination, but a journey, a process of continuous learning and adjustment that never truly ends, even for beings who live for thousands of years and dedicate their entire existence to a single purpose. Tale number 6, the Aarakocra's final flight. The elemental plane of air is a realm of endless sky, where solid ground exists only as floating islands, suspended in infinite atmosphere, where the very concept of up and down becomes meaningless in the face of boundless three-dimensional space. It is a realm where gravity is a suggestion rather than a law, where winds carry travelers across impossible distances, where breathing and flying are equally natural and necessary for survival. And it is the homeland of the Aarakocra, the bird people, whose entire civilization has been shaped by the gift and burden of flight. To understand what it means to be Aarakocra, one must first understand that flight is not merely a method of transportation for these people. It is identity, culture, religion, and purpose, all wrapped together. An Aarakocra who cannot fly is not simply disabled or disadvantaged. They are fundamentally incomplete, cut off from everything that gives their existence meaning. The sky is not something Aarakocra visit or admire from a distance. It is their home, their element, the medium through which they experience reality itself. This is the story of an Aarakocra named Krika, whose name in the whistling language of her people, translated roughly, as Dawn Wind Dancer in common, though such translation inevitably lost the nuances and harmonics that made Aarakocra names so rich with meaning. Krika was born on a floating island in the elemental plane of air, in an eyrie perched on crystalline spires that jutted from the island's underside, facing downward into the endless void below. Her people, the clan of the Silver Gale, had dwelt on this island for generations beyond counting, serving as scouts and warriors for the Wind Dukes of Akka, those ancient elemental lords who governed the plane according to principles of law and order. Aarakocra lives are brief by the standards of most sentient races, burning bright and fast like candle flames in a strong wind. 30 years represents a full lifespan for most Aarakocra, with only a rare few surviving into their 4th decade. This brevity shapes everything about Aarakocra culture and psychology. They do not plan for distant futures or build monuments meant to endure for centuries. They live intensely in the present moment, savoring each flight, each hunt, each gathering with their clan mates, knowing that time is precious and limited. Krika's childhood, if it could be called that given how quickly Aarakocra mature, was typical of her people. She learned to fly before she could speak, throwing herself from the airie's edge on instinct, trusting her wings to catch the air and bear her aloft. Her parents, both scouts in service to the Wind Dukes, taught her the intricate aerial maneuvers that separated competent flyers from true masters of the sky. She learned to read air currents by the feel of wind across her feathers, to predict weather patterns by subtle shifts in atmospheric pressure, to navigate through the plane's constantly shifting geography, using landmarks that existed in 3 dimensions, rather than the flat plane that surface worlders were accustomed to. By the time Krika reached 5 years old, barely equivalent to adolescence in human terms, she had already distinguished herself as an exceptional flyer. She could perform aerial rolls and dives that left older Aarakocra dizzy with admiration. She won races through the floating boulder fields that drifted through the plane's lower regions, navigating obstacles at speeds that would have been suicidal for less skilled pilots. And she demonstrated the kind of spatial awareness that made her a natural candidate for the role her parents had fulfilled, that of scout and explorer. The Wind Dukes of Akka employed Aarakocra scouts to patrol the elemental plane of air, watching for incursions by creatures from other planes, monitoring the activities of native air elementals, and reporting on phenomena that might threaten the plane's stability. It was dangerous work that required courage, skill, and the ability to make quick decisions in hostile environments. But it was also work that Aarakocra valued above almost any other calling, because it allowed them to fly freely through vast expanses of sky, exploring territories that few others would ever witness. Krika entered the Scouts at 7 years old and spent the next 15 years of her life flying through the elemental plane of air on missions that ranged from routine patrols to desperate battles against elemental threats. She fought invisible stalkers that hunted unwary travelers through fog banks. She tracked Jinn, who violated territorial agreements established by the Wind Dukes. She rescued lost souls who had accidentally stumbled through planar portals and found themselves adrift in an environment where they could not survive without assistance. During these years, Krika experienced the fullness of what it meant to be Aarakocra. She knew the exhilaration of diving through storm clouds, her feathers crackling with static electricity, laughing into wind that tried to tear her from the sky. She felt the satisfaction of completing difficult missions, returning to her eyrie with intelligence that would help protect her clan and the plane they called home. She formed bonds with other scouts, relationships based on absolute trust, because when flying in formation through dangerous territory, your life depended on your wing mate's skill and reliability. But she also experienced loss, because Aarakocra lives are short and scouts face dangers that make those already brief lifespans even more precarious. Her parents died when she was 12, caught in an unexpected elemental vortex that tore them apart before they could escape. Her first mate, a brilliant flyer named Shrika, was killed by frost giants who had established an illegal outpost on a floating island. Other scouts she had trained with, flown beside, shared meals and songs with, vanished or died, or simply grew old, and returned to service roles that did not require the physical capabilities of active patrol duty. By the time Krika reached 22 years old, she was one of the most experienced scouts in the Silvergale clan, a veteran whose skills and judgment had been tested in hundreds of missions. But she was also approaching the age when most Aarakocra began to decline, when reflexes slowed and stamina diminished, when the body could no longer sustain the demands of intensive aerial combat and long-distance patrol flights. Krika felt the changes in subtle ways at first. Recovery from exhausting flights took slightly longer. Maneuvers that had once been effortless required more concentration. The cold of high-altitude flight penetrated deeper, taking longer to shake off after returning to the warmth of the eyrie. These were minor inconveniences, easily dismissed or compensated for through experience and tactical thinking, but they were also warnings of what was to come. At 24, Krika began experiencing pain in her wings, a deep ache in the muscles and joints that supported her primary feathers. The clan's healers examined her and delivered their diagnosis with gentle sympathy. Her wings were wearing out, deteriorating under the accumulated stress of decades of intensive use. The condition was not unusual among scouts who survived into their third decade. The treatment options were limited. She could reduce her flying to minimal levels and potentially extend her active life by a few years. Or she could continue flying as she always had and accept that her wings would fail much sooner. For an Aarakocra, this was not really a choice at all. A life spent grounded, unable to fly freely, was not truly life. It was merely existence, going through motions without purpose or joy. Kuo-Toa chose to continue flying, to maintain her duties as a scout for as long as her body would allow, knowing that she was trading longevity for the ability to remain herself for whatever time remained. Over the next 3 years, Kuo-Toa's decline accelerated. The pain in her wings became constant rather than occasional. Her flight speed decreased as she lost muscle mass and wing strength. Complex aerial maneuvers became difficult and then impossible. She could no longer perform the high-speed dives and precision flying that had once defined her capabilities, but she continued her patrols, continued serving as a scout, continued flying even as it became increasingly clear that each flight might be her last. The other scouts watched Kuo-Toa's struggle with a mixture of admiration and sorrow. They knew that her fate would eventually be theirs if they survived long enough. Most Aarakocra died young in combat or accidents, before their bodies failed them in this gradual, humiliating way. In some respects, such sudden deaths were merciful, sparing the victims from experiencing the slow loss of everything that made life worth living. But Kuo-Toa had been unlucky or fortunate enough, depending on perspective, to survive into her late 20s. And now, she faced the consequence of that survival. On a patrol mission when she was 27 years old, Kuo-Toa encountered a group of elemental creatures that should have been easy to evade. They were slow-moving earth elementals that had somehow crossed into the elemental plane of air, drifting on chunks of stone torn from some distant location. Under normal circumstances, an Aarakocra scout could have flown circles around such creatures, observing them from safe distance and reporting their location to the Wind Duke's enforcers. But Kuo-Toa's wings were failing. As she attempted to gain altitude and circle around the elementals, pain shot through her shoulders and back. Her primary feathers, worn thin from years of use, could not generate sufficient lift. She found herself dropping toward the floating stones where the elementals waited, unable to climb, barely able to maintain controlled flight at all. The elementals attacked as she passed within their reach, hurling stones and extending limbs of rock to grab at her. Kuo-Toa twisted desperately, avoiding one attack and then another. But her degraded flying ability made evasion difficult. A stone struck her left wing, cracking bones that had grown brittle with age. The wing folded uselessly against her body, and suddenly Kuo-Toa was falling, tumbling through empty sky with only one functional wing. An Aarakocra with 2 healthy wings could have recovered from such a situation, could have stabilized their fall and glided to safety on a nearby island. But Kuo-Toa's remaining wing was too weak to support her weight, too damaged by years of stress to perform the emergency maneuvers that might have saved her life. She fell through thousands of feet of open air, watching the floating islands pass by her peripheral vision. feeling wind rush over her feathers one final time, knowing that this was how her life would end. But the elemental plane of air is a strange realm where conventional physics operates differently than on material worlds. Krika's fall did not result in impact against solid ground, because there was no ground to impact. Instead, she fell through layers of atmosphere, descending into regions of the plane where air pressure increased and temperature fluctuated, where strange currents flowed in patterns that defied surface world meteorology. Eventually, Krika's fall slowed and then stopped as she reached a layer of air so dense it could almost be called liquid, a region where atmospheric pressure reached levels that would have crushed most material world creatures, but which could support even a falling Aarakocra's weight. She floated there, suspended in the thick air, unable to fly with her broken wing, but also unable to fall any further. Krika hung in that strange limbo for hours, possibly days, losing track of time as she drifted on slow currents that carried her horizontally through the dense atmosphere. She should have died from exposure or thirst, or simply from the shock of her injuries. But Aarakocra are creatures of elemental air, and in this environment, surrounded by the very essence of their home plane, she found herself sustained in ways that would not have been possible in other realms. Eventually, a rescue party found her. Other scouts from the Silvergale clan, alerted by her failure to return from patrol, had searched the region where she had last been seen and tracked her descent into the lower atmospheric layers. They brought her back to the Eyrie, treated her injuries, set her broken wing bones, and wrapped them in splints that would allow them to heal. But everyone knew, Krika most of all, that her wing would never fully recover. Even if the bones knit properly, even if the damaged muscles and torn ligaments healed, she would never fly again with the skill and strength required for scout work. Her career was over. And more than her career, her identity as an Aarakocra who lived and moved through sky with the freedom that defined her people's existence. The clan's elders offered Krika various ground-based roles that she could fulfill despite her injury. She could teach young Aarakocra the skills she had mastered over her career. She could serve as a liaison to visitors from other planes. She could help maintain the Eyrie's physical structures, work that required hands and intelligence, but not the ability to fly. Krika accepted these offerings with gratitude, understanding that her clan mates were trying to give her purpose and maintain her dignity. But she also knew that such work would feel hollow, a poor substitute for the life she had lost. She had been a flyer, a scout, a dancer on winds that stretched across infinite sky. How could she find meaning in a grounded existence after experiencing that kind of freedom? For weeks after her wing had healed as much as it ever would, Krika remained in the Eyrie, moving between chambers on foot like a flightless bird, trying to adapt to a reality where the sky was something she observed rather than inhabited. She watched other Aarakocra launch themselves from the Ares edge, felt phantom sensations of wind beneath wings she could no longer trust, and struggled with a grief so profound that it threatened to crush her more thoroughly than any fall could have. But gradually, something began to shift in Krika's understanding of her situation. She started spending time with the clan's eldest members, those few Aarakocra who had survived into their third decade and who had already made the transition from active flying to grounded roles. She listened to their stories, learned how they had found meaning after losing the ability to fly, discovered that life could continue even when it looked nothing like what one had expected or hoped for. One elder in particular, an ancient Aarakocra named Talra, who had somehow survived to the unprecedented age of 34, shared wisdom that resonated with Krika's struggle. "We think of ourselves as creatures of sky," Talra said in the whistling language that Aarakocra used among themselves. "We define ourselves by flight, by movement through air. But perhaps that is too narrow an understanding. We are not merely flyers. We are witnesses to beauty, participants in something larger than ourselves. Flight is one way to experience these things, but not the only way." Krika considered these words during long meditations at the Ares edge, sitting rather than launching, watching clouds drift past, and winds carry other Aarakocra through their elaborate aerial dances. She began to understand that while she could no longer fly in the physical sense, she still carried within her all the experiences and insights she had gained during her years as a scout. She had witnessed wonders that younger Aarakocra had not yet seen, had developed understanding of the elemental plane of air that could benefit her clan, even if she could no longer patrol its reaches. Krika began teaching, not grudgingly as a concession to disability, but enthusiastically as a new form of service. She trained young scouts, sharing tactical knowledge and survival techniques that had kept her alive through countless dangerous situations. She helped develop better patrol routes based on her extensive knowledge of the plane's geography and weather patterns. She became an advisor to the clan's leadership, offering strategic insights that came from decades of experience. And in the evenings, when the work was done, Krika would sit at the Ares edge and watch the sunset paint the clouds in colors that seemed impossible, that existed only in this realm, where reality bent toward the aesthetic rather than the mundane. She would feel wind moving across her feathers, still present even if she could no longer ride it to distant places. And she would remember her flights, not with the bitter regret of loss, but with gratitude for having experienced something that many beings across the multiverse would never know. Krika died at the age of 30, old by Aarakocra standards, having lived several years longer than most of her kind. She died peacefully in her sleep, her body simply wearing out after 3 decades of existence. The Silver Gale clan honored her with a sky burial, as was their custom, launching her body from the Ares' highest point and allowing it to drift away on the winds, to eventually dissolve into the elemental energies that composed the plane of air itself. But before her death, Krika had made one final request. On what would be her last day of consciousness, too weak to stand, but still lucid and aware, she asked to be carried to the Ares, edge one more time. Other Aarakocra lifted her gently, supporting her weight as they brought her to the launching point where she had first learned to fly decades earlier. There, held secure by her clan mates, Krika spread her wings one final time. They were ragged and worn, the feathers thin and brittle, the bones misaligned from old injuries. She could not fly, could not even support her own weight, but she could feel wind moving across those ruined wings, could remember with perfect clarity what it had felt like to dance through sky with absolute freedom, could hold in her heart the knowledge that she had lived fully, had experienced the gift of flight in all its glory, had been an Aarakocra in the truest sense of what that identity meant. The story of Krika's final years serves as meditation on loss, adaptation, and the ways that identity must evolve when the physical capabilities that defined us are taken away. It reminds us that while we cannot always control what happens to our bodies or our circumstances, we can choose how we respond to those changes, whether we allow loss to destroy us, or whether we find new ways to express our essential selves, even when the old ways are no longer available. Tale number 7, the Medusa's Reflection. The transformation from mortal being into Medusa is not instantaneous, not a single moment of magical alteration that rewrites reality in the blink of an eye. It is instead a gradual metamorphosis that unfolds over days or weeks, a slow corruption of flesh and spirit that gives the victim ample time to understand exactly what is being taken from them. The hair loosens from the scalp, strand by strand, each follicle birthing a serpent that writhes and hisses with independent life. The skin hardens and takes on a greenish or grayish hue, losing the warmth and suppleness that characterized mortal flesh. The eyes, those windows to the soul, become something else entirely, portals to a curse that will turn living creatures to stone with nothing more than direct eye contact. This is the story of a woman named Thessaly, who lived in the city of Waterdeep during the middle years of the 14th century Dale reckoning, before her transformation, before she became the creature known throughout the Sword Coast as the Lady of Serpents. Thessaly's story is not unique among Medusas. Most share similar origins, transformed through curses laid by vengeful gods or powerful wizards, punished for crimes real or imagined, their beauty weaponized and turned against them. But what makes Thessaly's tale worth remembering is not the transformation itself, but rather what came after, the decades she spent grappling with a curse that denied her the most basic human need, the ability to see oneself truly and completely. Thessaly had been a painter before her transformation, an artist of considerable talent who specialized in portraits. She could capture the essence of her subjects with remarkable skill, translating the subtle interplay of light and shadow across human features into pigment on canvas. Her work was sought after by Waterdeep's nobility and wealthy merchants, those who wanted their likenesses preserved for posterity, or who commissioned paintings of deceased, loved ones based on descriptions and fading memories. The curse that transformed Thessaly came as punishment for a crime she did not commit. She had been romantically involved with a young wizard named Caldrus, a man of ambition and questionable ethics who dabbled in magics that more cautious practitioners avoided. When Caldrus's experiments resulted in the death of a prominent noble's son, he fled Waterdeep to avoid prosecution, leaving behind evidence that implicated Thessaly as his accomplice. The noble, mad with grief and hungry for vengeance, hired a powerful spellcaster to curse Thessaly in ways that would make death seem merciful by comparison. The transformation began on the night of the new moon, when Thessaly returned to her studio after a day spent working on a commissioned portrait. She felt the first changes as an itching across her scalp, an irritation that grew into burning pain as her hair began its metamorphosis into serpents. She watched in her studio mirror with mounting horror as her reflection changed, as the features she had known her entire life warped into something monstrous and alien. The physical pain of transformation was terrible, but the psychological horror was worse. Thessaly understood what was happening to her. She had heard stories about Medusas, knew about the curse that made them unable to look at living beings without turning them to stone. She realized with sickening clarity that her life, as she had known it, was ending, that she could never again interact normally with other people, that she had been transformed into an isolated predator, dangerous to anyone who came near. During the weeks that followed, as the transformation completed itself, Thessaly remained locked in her studio, too terrified to venture out where she might accidentally petrify innocent people. She survived on stored food and water, rationing her supplies while trying desperately to understand the rules of her new existence. She learned through careful experimentation that reflective surfaces did not trigger the petrification curse. She could look at herself in mirrors without fear of turning to stone. But living creatures, anything with a soul and consciousness, would transform into lifeless rock if they met her gaze directly. When her supplies finally ran out, Thessaly had no choice but to leave the studio and venture into the city in search of food. She wrapped her head in heavy veils, covered her eyes with thick cloth, and moved through water-deep streets like a blind woman, navigating by memory and sound. She stole what she needed from market stalls and abandoned homes, taking only enough to survive, trying to minimize the disruption her presence caused. But inevitably, accidents happened. A thief who tried to rob her tore away her veil and looked directly into her eyes before she could close them or turn away. He became a statue in the middle of an alley, his expression frozen in permanent surprise. A city guard who investigated suspicious sounds in an abandoned warehouse caught a glimpse of her face when her covering slipped. He joined the growing collection of stone figures that marked Thessaly's passage through the city. Each petrification weighed on Thessaly's conscience like a physical burden. These were not enemies or criminals deserving of punishment. They were ordinary people whose only crime was being in the wrong place at the wrong time, whose lives had been stolen by a curse meant to punish someone else's sins. She tried to convince herself that the deaths were accidents, unavoidable consequences of her cursed existence. But she could not escape the knowledge that each stone corpse represented a person who would never return to their family, whose disappearance would cause grief and confusion and pain. Eventually, the city guard organized a serious effort to find and eliminate whatever was creating the petrified bodies that kept appearing in various locations. Thessaly fled Waterdeep, traveling north into less populated territories where she could isolate herself from people, where the risk of accidental petrification would be minimized. She found a cave system in the Somber Hills, far from any settlements, and made it her home. The cave became both sanctuary and prison. It protected Thessaly from the outside world, and protected the outside world from her. But it also sentenced her to a life of complete isolation. Days passed, then weeks, then months, marked only by the cycle of hunger and sleep, by the gradual accumulation of supplies scavenged during rare expeditions to distant farms and villages. The serpents that grew from her scalp hissed and writhed constantly, their movements visible in her peripheral vision, a constant reminder of what she had become. But what tormented Thessaly most profoundly during those early years of isolation was not the loneliness or the physical discomfort of living in a cave. It was the loss of her ability to see herself truly. Before the transformation, Thessaly had understood her own appearance intimately. She had studied her face in mirrors countless times, not from vanity, but from professional necessity. An artist who specialized in portraits needed to understand facial structure, the way light played across features, the subtle expressions that revealed inner emotional states. She had known her own face as well as any subject she had ever painted. The curse had taken that knowledge from her. She could still look at reflections, could still see herself in the polished metal mirror she had brought from her studio. But what she saw was not herself. It was a monster, a creature with serpents for hair and eyes that carried death. The disconnect between her internal sense of self and the external reality of her appearance created a psychological wound that never healed, a constant source of grief and confusion. Thessaly began painting self-portraits, attempting to reconcile her memories of who she had been with the reality of what she had become. She set up her easel in the deepest chamber of her cave system, where she kept her few precious possessions, and worked by the light of bioluminescent fungi that grew on the walls. She painted herself from memory, recreating the face she had known before the transformation, the human features that the curse had stolen. These paintings accumulated over the years, dozens and then hundreds of canvases stacked against the cave walls. Each one showed a different interpretation, a different attempt to capture something that no longer existed. Some paintings showed her as she had been, fully human, with flowing hair and warm eyes. Others showed intermediate states, halfway between human and Medusa, capturing the horror of transformation. Still others showed the monster she had become, though these paintings were always incomplete, abandoned when the truth of what she was seeing became too painful to continue depicting. The painting became obsessive, a compulsion that dominated Thessaly's existence. She told herself that she was working through trauma, processing grief through artistic expression, but she was also searching for something, some way to see herself that reconciled the internal and external, that bridged the gap between identity and appearance. She wanted to paint a portrait that showed both the monster and the woman, that captured the truth of her existence in ways that simple reflection could not reveal. Years passed, then decades. Thessaly's isolation deepened as she withdrew further into her cave system, venturing out only when absolutely necessary. The world outside changed. Waterdeep grew larger and more prosperous. The noble whose grief had led to her curse died, taking his vendetta to the grave. Caldrus, the wizard whose crimes had started everything, was eventually captured and executed in a distant kingdom. But none of these developments affected Thessaly's situation. The curse remained, unchanging and eternal, a burden she would carry until death finally released her. During her 40th year of isolation, Thessaly encountered another Medusa for the first time since her transformation. The other Medusa, who called herself Vethara, had been searching for Thessaly after hearing rumors of a cursed woman living in caves in the Somber Hills. Vethara had been a Medusa for over a century, long enough to have fully adapted to the cursed existence that Thessaly still struggled with. The two Medusas could look at each other directly without fear, because the petrification curse did not affect other Medusas. For the first time in 40 years, Thessaly found herself in the presence of someone she could face without veils or closed eyes, someone who understood what it meant to live with this particular curse. The relief of that simple connection brought Thessaly to tears. Vethara spent several weeks with Thessaly, sharing knowledge about how to survive as a Medusa, techniques for avoiding accidental petrifications, ways to cope with the isolation that the curse imposed. But what struck Thessaly most powerfully was Vethara's comfort with her own appearance. The older Medusa did not see herself as a monster or a cursed victim. She had integrated the curse into her identity, accepting the serpents and the petrifying gaze as simply part of who she was rather than as afflictions to be mourned. "You spend too much time looking backward," Vethara said during one of their conversations. "Mourning the person you used to be instead of accepting the person you are now. The curse changed your appearance, but it did not erase you. You are still Thessaly. You are still an artist. You are still the woman who valued beauty and truth. Those things have not been taken from you. Only your ability to interact with others has changed." These words resonated with something deep in Thessaly's consciousness. She had been so focused on what she had lost that she had never considered what remained. The curse had transformed her body, yes, but her mind was unchanged. Her memories, her skills, her values and perspectives, all of these persisted despite the physical metamorphosis. She was not a monster who had once been human. She was a human who happened to have a monstrous appearance. After Vethara departed, promising to return someday, but making no specific commitments, Thessaly approached her painting with new purpose. She set up her easel and positioned her metal mirror so she could see her reflection clearly. And then, for the first time in 40 years, she began painting a self-portrait that depicted herself as she truly was. Serpents and petrifying gaze and all, but which also captured something deeper, something that transcended mere physical appearance. The painting took months to complete. Thessaly worked with painstaking care, mixing pigments to match the exact greenish hue of her cursed skin, capturing the individual scales on each serpent, rendering her eyes with all their terrible power, but also with the intelligence and creativity that still resided behind them. She painted herself not with horror or revulsion, but with honest assessment, seeing the monster, but also seeing the woman who inhabited the monster's form. When she finally completed the portrait, Thessaly hung it on the cave wall opposite her sleeping area, where she would see it every day. The painting showed a Medusa, undeniably monstrous in appearance, but there was something in the eyes, in the posture, in the subtle details of expression that communicated personhood rather than mere monstrosity. It was a portrait of Thessaly, truly Thessaly, perhaps the first accurate self-portrait she had ever created. The painting did not resolve all of Thessaly's struggles with her cursed existence. She still experienced loneliness, still grieved for the life she had lost, still felt the weight of guilt over the people she had accidentally petrified. But the painting gave her something she had lacked for decades, a true reflection of herself, an image that bridged the gap between internal identity and external appearance. In the present day, more than a century after her transformation, Thessaly still lives in the cave system in the Somber Hills. She maintains her isolation, venturing out only rarely, continuing to paint though her subjects have shifted from self-portraits to landscapes and imagined scenes. Adventurers occasionally stumble upon her lair, and some of these encounters end badly, with stone statues added to the collection that lines the approaches to her cave. But others, those who approach with respect and caution, find in Thessaly an unexpected ally, someone who will share knowledge or provide assistance in exchange for conversation, and the temporary relief from isolation that companionship provides. The story of Thessaly and her search for true self-reflection illuminates a truth that extends far beyond the specific circumstances of Medusas and their curse. We all struggle to reconcile how we see ourselves with how we appear to others, to bridge the gap between internal identity and external presentation. For most people, this struggle plays out in relatively mundane ways, worrying about appearance and impression management, and whether others perceive us accurately. But for Thessaly, the struggle became existential, a question of whether she could maintain her humanity when her very appearance screamed monster at anyone who looked at her. Her answer, hard won through decades of isolation and self-examination, was that identity lives not in appearance, but in consciousness, not in how others see us, but in how we see ourselves and how we engage with the world. The curse had made her monstrous in form, but it could not make her monstrous in spirit unless she allowed it to. She remained Thessaly, the painter, the artist who sought truth and beauty, the woman who had been cursed but not destroyed. Tale number 8, the Treant Stillness. In the ancient forests that still cover portions of Faerun, despite millennia of civilization's encroachment, there exist groves where the trees themselves are not merely plants, but sentient beings, guardians of nature who have stood watch for centuries or even millennia. These are the domains of Treants, those massive tree-like creatures who serve as shepherds of the forest, protectors of the green and growing things, living embodiments of nature's slow patience and terrible wrath when roused. To understand Treants requires abandoning human concepts of time and urgency, accepting that some beings measure their lives not in years, but in centuries, not in days, but in seasons that span decades. This is the story of a Treant named Oakenheart, whose roots first took hold in the soil of the high forest during an age when elves were still establishing their first kingdoms in Faerun, and humans had not yet ventured north from their southern homelands. Oakenheart began as a seed, as all Treants do, though this particular seed carried within it the potential for awakening, for developing the consciousness that would eventually transform a simple oak tree into something far more significant. The transformation from tree to Treant is not instantaneous or inevitable. Most trees, even those that live for thousands of years, never develop true sentience. They remain as they began, alive in the biological sense, but lacking the self-awareness and agency that characterizes thinking beings. But certain trees, growing in places where natural magic runs strong, nourished by forces that connect the material world to the Feywild, or to the primal energies that predate civilization, sometimes awaken to consciousness over the course of centuries. Oakenheart's awakening began in his 80th year, when the oak that would eventually become him was still young by tree standards, barely 40 feet tall, with a trunk only 3 feet in diameter. The awakening manifested first as vague awareness, a sense of the world beyond the tree's immediate environment. Oakenheart became conscious of other trees nearby, felt their root systems intertwining with his own beneath the soil, sensed the flow of water and nutrients through the forest's interconnected network. This awareness deepened over decades. By his 200th year, Oakenheart could distinguish individual trees by their unique characteristics, understanding which were healthy and thriving, which were diseased or damaged, which were young saplings requiring protection from browsing animals. He developed something approximating sight, though not through eyes in the conventional sense. Rather, he perceived his surroundings through vibrations in the earth, through changes in air pressure and temperature, through the chemical signals that trees use to communicate with each other across distances. By his 400th year, Oakenheart had developed full consciousness, complete self-awareness that marked him unmistakably as a treant rather than merely an awakened tree. He could think in abstract terms, could remember his past and plan for his future, could make choices based on reasoning rather than mere instinct. He had become, in the fullest sense, a person, though a person whose form and perspective differed radically from those of the mobile races who would eventually come to know him. The high forest in those ancient days was wilderness in the truest sense, unbroken by roads or settlements, home to creatures both beautiful and terrible. Elves moved through the forest with reverence and care, understanding themselves as part of the ecosystem rather than separate from or superior to it. They built their communities to accommodate the forest rather than clearing it away. And they recognized treants as equals, fellow guardians of the green world, who deserved respect and cooperation. Oakenheart's early centuries as a fully conscious treant were spent learning the responsibilities of his role. Older treants taught him to identify threats to the forest, to distinguish natural cycles of death and renewal from destructive exploitation. He learned to move, though movement for a treant was nothing like the quick locomotion of animals or humanoids. Oakenheart could uproot himself and walk through the forest, his massive legs carrying him at a pace roughly equivalent to a very slow human walk, his passage leaving deep furrows in the earth that would persist for years after he moved on. But movement was not something treants did casually or frequently. It required tremendous energy, disturbed the root systems that kept them nourished and connected to the forest network, and felt fundamentally wrong in ways that mobile creatures could never understand. Treants were meant to stand in one place, to sink their roots deep into earth that would sustain them for centuries, to become part of the landscape rather than merely passing through it. Walking was reserved for emergencies, for situations that required physical intervention in locations too distant to influence through other means. For most of his existence, Oakenheart stood in a grove near the heart of the high forest, surrounded by other ancient oaks and a scattering of younger trees that had sprouted from acorns produced by his own branches. He rooted deeply into the earth, his root system extending outward for hundreds of feet in all directions, connecting him to the vast underground network through which the forest's trees communicated and shared resources. He lifted his branches toward the sun, capturing light that his leaves would transform into the energy that sustained his massive form. And he thought, Treants think differently than mobile creatures, operating on time scales that make human planning seem frantic and rushed. Oakenheart might spend a decade considering a single question, turning it over in his mind as seasons cycled and years accumulated, examining it from every angle before reaching a conclusion. He contemplated the nature of growth and decay, the relationship between individual trees and the forest as a whole, the balance between preservation and change that kept ecosystems healthy. Oakenheart's grove became a gathering place for the forest's inhabitants. Dryads would emerge from their trees to dance in the moonlight beneath his branches. Sprites and pixies built homes in his upper limbs, their tiny voices providing a constant background chatter that Oakenheart found oddly comforting. Deer and other animals sheltered beneath his roots during storms, understanding instinctively that the ancient Treant represented safety and protection. The elves who dwelt in the high forest visited Oakenheart's grove regularly, seeking his wisdom on matters that required long perspective. They would sit at his base, sometimes for days or weeks, waiting patiently for him to respond to their questions. When he finally spoke, his voice was like wind through branches, like the creaking of wood under stress, slow and deliberate, and filled with the weight of centuries. His answers were never rushed or simple, because Treants understood that complex questions demanded complex answers, and that wisdom could not be compressed into brief sound bites without losing essential nuance. Centuries passed in this manner, peaceful and productive, with Oakenheart serving as guardian and counselor, witness to the forest's cycles, and participant in its endless patterns of growth and renewal. He saw kingdoms rise and fall in the lands beyond the forest. He weathered droughts that killed lesser trees and storms that toppled giants who had stood for millennia. He survived fires and plagues, insect infestations, and magical catastrophes, enduring through crises that would have destroyed anything less resilient. But around his 1500th year, Oakenheart began to notice changes in the forest that troubled him deeply. Humans had discovered the high forest and were beginning to exploit it in ways that went far beyond sustainable harvesting. They cut down ancient trees not for necessary timber, but simply to clear land for farms and pastures. They hunted the forest's creatures to near extinction, valuing pelts and trophies over the ecological balance that kept the forest healthy. They brought with them concepts of ownership and property that were fundamentally incompatible with the forest's nature as a living, interconnected system. Oakenheart and the other treants of the high forest responded to these threats in the traditional manner. They drove away loggers and hunters who ventured too deep into the forest. They animated trees to form barriers across paths that led to sensitive areas. They made it clear through action and occasional violence that certain parts of the high forest were off limits to human exploitation. For a time, this approach worked. The humans learned to respect the forest's boundaries, to harvest only from designated areas, to coexist, if not in harmony, then at least without open conflict. But human settlements kept growing, and their hunger for resources grew with them. What had begun as a few small logging camps expanded into permanent towns. Roads were carved through the forest, opening previously inaccessible areas to exploitation, and perhaps most troublingly, a new generation of humans emerged who had no memory of the old agreements, who viewed the forest not as a living entity deserving of respect, but as an obstacle to be overcome and a resource to be extracted. Oakenheart found himself facing a dilemma that required him to reconsider fundamental assumptions about his role as guardian. The traditional Treant response to threats was direct intervention, physical action to remove or destroy whatever endangered the forest. But the human threat was different from natural disasters or occasional monster incursions. Humans were intelligent, organized, and numerous. Driving them away from one area simply caused them to redirect their efforts elsewhere. Destroying their settlements led to retaliation and escalation, with armed forces sent to clear entire sections of forest in response to Treant attacks. For 50 years, Oakenheart wrestled with this problem, consulting with other Treants and with the elves who still dwelt in the high forest and understood what was at stake. Various strategies were proposed and attempted. Some Treants advocated for total war, for mobilizing all the forest's defenders to drive humans out of the region entirely. Others argued for accommodation, for accepting that the forest would inevitably shrink and trying to preserve what could be saved rather than fighting a losing battle against inevitable change. Oakenheart found himself unable to fully embrace either position. Total war would certainly result in massive destruction on both sides, with entire sections of forest burned and thousands of trees killed. But accommodation felt like surrender, accepting the slow death of everything he had protected for over a millennium. There had to be another option, some middle path that preserved the forest without requiring endless violence. The answer came to Oakenheart during a meditation that lasted for an entire year. He had rooted himself deeply, sending his consciousness down through his root system and out into the broader network that connected the forest's trees. In that expanded state of awareness, experiencing the forest as a unified whole rather than as a collection of individual organisms, Oakenheart perceived something he had not fully understood before. The forest was not actually threatened with death, at least not in the absolute sense. Yes, humans were cutting down trees and clearing land. And yes, this represented loss and damage, but the forest was larger than any collection of individual trees. It existed in the soil itself, in the seeds that lay dormant waiting for opportunity, in the network of fungi and bacteria that sustained the underground ecosystem. As long as any core remained intact, the forest could eventually recover and expand again, could reclaim cleared land once human attention turned elsewhere. The real threat was not human axes or human fires. It was the loss of patience, the temptation to respond to immediate crisis with immediate action, to abandon the slow wisdom that defined Treant existence in favor of the frantic urgency that characterized mobile races. If Treant started thinking and acting like humans, measuring time in years instead of centuries, they would cease to be Treants in any meaningful sense. They would become just another form of violent defender, no different from the elf warriors or human soldiers who viewed conflict as something to be won rather than something to be endured and outlasted. Oakenheart made a decision that would define the rest of his existence. He would stop moving entirely, would cease even the minimal physical interventions that Treants sometimes employed. Instead, he would focus all his energy on the work of preservation through presence, maintaining the forest by being a living reminder of what it had been and could be again. He would root himself in his grove and remain there, standing witness to whatever came, surviving through adaptation rather than resistance. The other Treants and the forest's elves were baffled and concerned by Oakenheart's choice. They interpreted his stillness as giving up, as abandoning his responsibilities as guardian. They argued that the forest needed active defenders, not passive observers, that remaining motionless in one place while the forest was being destroyed around him was worse than useless. But Oakenheart understood something that his critics did not. His stillness was not passivity. It was the most active form of resistance available to a being who measured his life in centuries rather than years. By remaining rooted, by continuing to grow and thrive even as the forest around him changed, he was making a statement that transcended any individual battle or conflict. He was demonstrating that the forest could persist, that it possessed resilience beyond what humans understood, that their exploitation was temporary, while the forest itself was eternal. Centuries passed. The high forest continued to shrink as human settlements expanded. Entire groves that Oakenheart remembered from his youth were cleared and converted to farmland. Other Treants fought and died defending territory that was eventually lost anyway. The elven population dwindled as many chose to retreat to more isolated locations or emigrate to distant lands where the conflict with human expansion was less immediate. But Oakenheart remained, rooted in his grove, growing larger and stronger with each passing year. His trunk expanded to enormous proportions, over 20 feet in diameter, with bark so thick and tough that it could turn aside axes and resist fire. His root system grew so extensive and deep that it tapped into water sources far underground, making him nearly immune to drought. His branches spread so wide that they shaded almost an acre of ground, creating a microclimate that allowed other plants to thrive even when the surrounding forest suffered. The grove around Oakenheart became a refuge, one of the few places in the high forest that remained relatively unchanged despite the transformation of the broader landscape. Animals sheltered there, understanding that the ancient Treant's presence offered protection. Plants that had been driven from other areas found sanctuary beneath his branches, and occasionally humans would visit, drawn by rumors of the ancient tree man who had stood in one place for over 2,000 years, who had witnessed the entire history of human settlement in the region. These human visitors often asked Oakenheart why he remained motionless, why he did not move to defend the forest or flee to safer locations. His answer, when he chose to give one, was always the same. I am not frozen, I am still. There is a difference. Frozen implies involuntary restriction, imprisonment. Stillness is a choice, a deliberate decision to be present in one place, to commit fully to the act of existing rather than constantly fleeing or fighting. You mobile creatures see stillness as death because you equate life with movement. But perhaps that is a limitation of your perspective rather than a universal truth. In the present day, over 2,500 years after his awakening, Oakenheart still stands in his grove in what remains of the high forest. The forest around him has shrunk dramatically from its ancient extent, but it persists, adapted to coexist with human civilization rather than existing in isolation from it. Oakenheart has become something of a landmark, a living monument that even the most aggressive developers recognize should be preserved. His grove has been declared protected territory, a small victory that does nothing to restore what has been lost, but which ensures that at least this fragment of the ancient forest will endure. The story of Oakenheart and his chosen stillness serves as meditation on patience, persistence, and the different forms that resistance can take in a world that values action and movement, that measures worth by visible accomplishments and dramatic gestures. There is something profound about the choice to simply remain, to persist through endurance rather than through conflict, to trust that presence itself is a form of power that can outlast more aggressive but ultimately temporary forces. Oakenheart's stillness is not surrender. It is a declaration that some things are worth preserving not through fighting, but through witnessing, not through changing the world, but through refusing to be changed by it, and in a reality where everything seems constantly in flux, where change itself has become the only constant. There is value in beings who choose to be anchors, fixed points that remind us what permanence looks like and why it matters. Tale number 9, the Kuo-Toa's false god. Deep beneath the surface world, far below the sunlit kingdoms and the pleasant meadows where surface dwellers build their lives, there exists a network of waterlogged caverns and subterranean seas that stretch for hundreds of miles in every direction. These are the domains of creatures who have never known daylight, who have adapted to the crushing pressure of stone above and the cold embrace of underground waters below. Among these denizens of the deep underdark, few are as peculiar as tragic and as terrifying as the Kuo-Toa. The Kuo-Toa are fish-like humanoids who stand upright on webbed feet, their bodies covered in glistening scales that shimmer with an oily iridescence in the dim bioluminescent light of their underwater cities. Their eyes bulge grotesquely from their heads, capable of moving independently like those of a chameleon, giving them an unsettling appearance that has unnerved countless adventurers who have stumbled into their territories. But it is not their appearance that makes them truly dangerous. It is their minds. Thousands of years ago, the Kuo-Toa were a proud and sophisticated race with a vast empire that stretched across the subterranean waterways. They built magnificent cities of carved coral and polished stone, created works of art that rivaled anything produced by surface civilizations, and worshipped their gods with devoted fervor. But then came the mind flayers, the Illithids, those tentacled horrors who view all other sentient beings as nothing more than cattle to be harvested for their brains and enslaved for their labor. The mind flayers conquered the Kuo-Toa Empire with ruthless efficiency, using their devastating psychic powers to shatter the minds of an entire civilization. Generation after generation of Kuo-Toa were born into slavery, their eggs carefully tended by Illithid overseers who viewed them as nothing more than breeding stock. The mind flayers performed countless experiments on their Kuo-Toa slaves, probing their minds, twisting their thoughts, breaking down the barriers of sanity that protect most sentient creatures from descending into complete madness. Eventually, some Kuo-Toa managed to escape. They fled into the deepest, most isolated parts of the Underdark, places where even the mind flayers rarely ventured. They rebuilt their shattered society in these hidden places, establishing new communities in flooded caverns and underground lakes. But the damage had been done. The psychic torture inflicted by the Illithids had left permanent scars on the Kuo-Toa consciousness, wounds that would never fully heal. The Kuo-Toa who survived their enslavement were no longer entirely sane. Their minds had been fractured, their grasp on reality loosened. They became prone to hallucinations, to seeing things that were not there, to believing in impossible truths with absolute conviction. But the most extraordinary and terrifying consequence of their damaged psyches was this discovery, this realization that would reshape their entire culture. and send ripples of consequence throughout the planes themselves. The Kuo-Toa discovered that their collective belief could reshape reality itself. If enough Kuo-Toa believed in something strongly enough, with sufficient fervor and unified conviction, that thing would begin to manifest in the physical world. Their delusions could become divine. Their hallucinations could ascend to godhood. This is the story of one such manifestation, one such false god born from the fevered imaginations of a broken people. This is the story of Blibdoolpoolp, the Sea Mother, though that name would come later. This is the story of how delusion became divine, and how the consequences of that transformation would haunt the Kuo-Toa for generations to come. In a flooded cavern system known as Slubludup, located in the waters near the Dark Lake region of the Underdark, there lived a community of approximately 300 Kuo-Toa. They were led by a priest named Plooploopeen, whose mind was perhaps even more fractured than those of his fellows. Plooploopeen had visions, terrible and beautiful visions, that came to him in the depths of his meditative trances. He saw a goddess rising from the dark waters, a being of immense power with the body of a female humanoid and the head of a lobster, her claws capable of crushing stone, her mandibles clicking with divine authority. At first, Plooploopeen kept these visions to himself, uncertain whether they represented true divine communication or merely another symptom of his people's collective madness. But the visions persisted, growing stronger with each passing day. He began to see this lobster goddess everywhere he looked, in the ripples of the water, in the patterns of scales on his fellow Kuo-Toa, in the arrangement of stones on the cavern floor. She was calling to him. He became convinced, reaching out from some realm beyond mortal comprehension. Plooploopeen began to preach about his visions. He gathered the Kuo-Toa of Slubludup and spoke to them with passionate intensity about the goddess who would deliver them from their suffering, who would restore their lost glory, who would grant them power beyond imagination, if only they would believe in her with sufficient devotion. He described her appearance in exquisite detail, the curve of her claws, the color of her carapace, the cold intelligence in her compound eyes. The Kuo-Toa listened to Plooploopeen's sermons with rapt attention. Their damaged minds were hungry for purpose, desperate for something to believe in that might restore meaning to their broken existence. The surface world had its gods. The Drow had Lolt. Even the Duergar had their patron deities. Why should the Kuo-Toa not have a goddess of their own, one who understood their suffering, one who had been born from their collective pain? More and more Kuo-Toa began to experience visions of the lobster goddess. They saw her in their dreams, stalking through underwater gardens of kelp and coral. They heard her voice in the dripping of water from stalactites, in the echo of waves against stone. Each vision reinforced the others, creating a feedback loop of shared delusion that grew stronger with every passing day. Plooploopeen ordered the construction of a shrine to honor this emerging goddess. The Kuo-Toa carved it from the living rock of the cavern, creating a massive statue that depicted the goddess as Pluplupine had described her. They adorned the shrine with offerings, piles of fish and crustaceans, polished stones, and precious gems scavenged from the Underdark. Even the bodies of enemies slain in her name. As the shrine took shape, something remarkable began to happen. The statue started to feel different when the Kuo-Toa approached it. There was a presence there, something that had not existed before, a consciousness that responded to their prayers and offerings. The water around the shrine began to glow with a faint bioluminescent light. Small miracles occurred. Sick Kuo-Toa who prayed at the shrine found themselves suddenly healed. Warriors who sought the goddess's blessing before battle returned victorious against impossible odds. The Kuo-Toa's belief was literally creating their goddess. Their collective psychic energy, focused through their shared delusion and amplified by their damaged minds, was reaching out into the multiverse and pulling something into existence, giving form and consciousness to what had begun as nothing more than Pluplupine's hallucination. Pluplupine himself began to manifest divine powers. He could heal with a touch, could command the waters to rise or fall, could speak with the creatures of the deep and have them obey his commands. These were not tricks or illusions. They were genuine divine magic, granted to him by a goddess who had been born from madness, but who was becoming increasingly real with each passing day. The other Kuo-Toa communities in the Underdark heard rumors of what was happening in Slubludup. Some sent emissaries to witness these miracles for themselves. When they arrived and saw the devotion of Pluplupine's followers, when they felt the presence of the goddess at her shrine, many of them converted on the spot. They returned to their own communities and began spreading word of the Sea Mother, as the goddess was now being called. They built their own shrines, conducted their own rituals, and with each new believer, the goddess grew stronger. But there was a fundamental problem at the heart of this divine creation, a flaw that would eventually lead to tragedy and chaos. The goddess that the Kuo-Toa had created was not truly independent. She was a reflection of their collective consciousness, shaped by their beliefs and expectations. And because the Kuo-Toa were mad, because their minds had been shattered by generations of psychic torture, the goddess they created was also mad. Blibdul-Pulp, as she came to be known across the Kuo-Toa communities, was a goddess of contradictions and confusion. Her teachings were inconsistent, sometimes demanding peace and mercy, other times calling for violence and sacrifice. Her appearance shifted depending on who was observing her, sometimes appearing as the lobster-headed figure from Pluplupine's original vision, other times manifesting as a giant crustacean or a swirling vortex of water and blood. Different Kuo-Toa communities developed different interpretations of Blibdul-Pulp's will, each convinced that their version was the true and correct one. Schisms formed, religious wars erupted between Kuo-Toa settlements, each faction absolutely certain that they alone understood the Sea Mother's desires. Priests who had once worked miracles in her name found their powers fading or changing unpredictably as the goddess's attention shifted from one group to another. Plooploopine, the original architect of Blibdoolpoolp's creation, began to experience terrible doubts. He could feel the goddess in his mind now, a constant presence that whispered and screamed and laughed at inappropriate moments. She was real, undeniably real, but she was also utterly alien, incomprehensible, shaped by the madness of her creators. He had thought that creating a goddess would save his people, would give them purpose and direction. Instead, he had unleashed something chaotic and unpredictable, something that might ultimately destroy them all. In his private moments, away from the eyes of his devoted followers, Plooploopine would sit in meditation and contemplate what he had done. He had wanted so desperately to give his people something to believe in, some reason to continue existing in the dark waters of their exile. He had succeeded beyond his wildest dreams. The goddess was real. The miracles were genuine, but at what cost? The other gods of the multiverse took notice of Blibdoolpoolp's emergence. They recognized her for what she was, a thought form given divine power. A tulpa ascended to godhood through the concentrated belief of a damaged people. Some gods found the situation amusing, a cosmic joke that demonstrated the strange and unpredictable nature of divinity itself. Others viewed it with concern, worried about the implications of allowing mortal delusions to literally reshape reality. But none of them intervened. The gods generally respect each other's domains and followers, even when those followers have essentially created their own deity through force of will. Blibdoolpoolp was allowed to exist, to continue developing as the Kuo-Toa belief in her waxed and waned, to grow stronger or weaker, depending on the devotion of her worshippers. Today, in the current era, Blibdoolpoolp remains one of the Kuo-Toa's primary deities, worshipped in flooded temples throughout the Underdark. Her priests still perform miracles in her name, still receive divine inspiration that guides their actions, but she remains fundamentally unstable. A goddess whose nature shifts with the collective consciousness of her believers, whose power grows and fades like the tides. The Kuo-Toa themselves seem largely unaware of the true nature of their goddess. To them, she is simply divine, as real and legitimate as any other deity in the vast pantheon of the multiverse. They do not question how she came to be, do not wonder why their goddess seems so different from the ancient gods worshipped by other races. They simply believe, with the same intensity and conviction that brought her into existence in the first place. And so the cycle continues. The Kuo-Toa believe, and their belief sustains Blibdoolpoolp. She grants them power and purpose, and in return, they offer her devotion and sacrifice. It is a relationship built on madness, but it is also genuine, as real as any connection between deity and worshipper across the plains. The story of Blibdoolpoolp and the Kuo-Toa raises profound questions about the nature of divinity itself. What makes a god real? Is it inherent power, or is it the belief of their followers? If enough people believe in something strongly enough, does that belief alone grant it reality? And if a god is created from madness, does that make them any less divine? These are questions without easy answers, questions that philosophers and theologians have debated for millennia without reaching any consensus. But in the dark waters of the Underdark, where the Kuo-Toa swim and hunt and worship their lobster-headed goddess, such philosophical concerns seem distant and abstract. There, in those flooded caverns, belief is everything. Delusion has become divine. And the Kuo-Toa, those broken survivors of ancient enslavement, have found purpose in their madness. Ploop-Loopine eventually died, his life cut short by a rival priest who claimed to have received contradictory visions from the Sea Mother. But his legacy lived on in the goddess he helped create, in the faith that spread through Kuo-Toa communities like ripples, expanding across still water. He had set out to save his people through faith, and in a strange and twisted way, he had succeeded. The Kuo-Toa had their goddess. The goddess had her worshippers, and in the depths of the Underdark, where reality itself seems more fluid and uncertain than in the surface world, that was enough. Tale number 10, the O and Ice Mask. Among the fiendish creatures that walk the material plane wearing stolen faces, few are as enigmatic or as tragic as the Oni. These beings, native to distant lands far to the east of Faerun, but occasionally encountered in western realms through planar travel or deliberate migration, possess a supernatural ability that sets them apart from most other shape-changers. An Oni can assume the appearance of any humanoid creature with perfect precision, mimicking not just physical features, but mannerisms, voice, and even subtle behavioral patterns that make detection nearly impossible. But this gift of perfect disguise carries with it a curse that most Oni spend their entire lives struggling against. When you can be anyone, when no form is truly your own, how do you know who you actually are? This is the story of an Oni named Kyoshi, though that name, like everything else about him, was adopted rather than inherent. Chosen from among the hundreds of identities he had worn over his 3 centuries of existence, Kyoshi was born. If birth is even the right word for how Oni come into being, in the spirit world, that realm of kami and yakai that exists alongside the material plane in lands, where the barrier between worlds grows thin. Oni are not natural creatures in the way that humans or elves are natural. They are born from corruption, from the transformation of kami or mortal souls who have been twisted by evil or consumed by particular vices, until they become something else entirely. Kyoshi's origin, insofar as he could remember it, involved greed. He had been human once, a merchant in a prosperous trading city whose obsession with accumulating wealth had eventually consumed every other aspect of his personality. He had lied and cheated and betrayed to increase his fortune, had sacrificed relationships and integrity and basic decency in pursuit of gold. And when he finally died, murdered by a business partner he had swindled once too often, his corrupted soul had been rejected by the normal cycle of death and rebirth. Instead, it had transformed into something else, had been reborn as an Oni with all the supernatural power and moral corruption that such transformation entailed. The newly born Oni that would eventually call himself Kyoshi possessed no inherent form. Unlike most creatures who have a true shape that represents their essential nature, Oni exist as formless essence that must inhabit borrowed appearances. When Kyoshi first gained consciousness as an Oni, he instinctively reached out and copied the form of the nearest humanoid creature, a human woman who happened to be passing through the spirit realm on some forgotten errand. He wore her face and body without understanding what he was doing, driven by pure instinct to have some shape, any shape, rather than existing as disembodied consciousness. Over his first decades as an Oni, Kyoshi learned to control his shape-shifting abilities. He discovered that he could study a target and then assume their form with perfect accuracy, becoming an exact duplicate that could fool even close family members. He learned to maintain forms for extended periods, living entire lives in borrowed bodies before discarding them and moving on to new identities. He developed the ability to mix and match features, creating composite forms that drew from multiple sources, designing appearances that suited whatever purpose he currently pursued. Kyoshi used these abilities in the traditional Oni manner for deception and exploitation. He would infiltrate merchant houses by copying the appearance of trusted employees, steal valuable goods, and disappear before anyone realized what had happened. He would seduce wealthy individuals by assuming forms they found attractive, extract gifts and inheritances, then vanish when suspicion finally fell on him. He moved through society like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of victims who never quite understood what had happened to them. But as decades accumulated, and Kyoshi cycled through hundreds of different identities, he began to experience a form of psychological dissolution that affected many Oni, but which few understood or acknowledged. The constant shape-shifting, the endless parade of borrowed faces and assumed personalities, had begun to erode his sense of self. He could no longer remember what his original human face had looked like. He had no anchor point, no true form to return to when he tired of his disguises. He was nothing but the sum of his stolen identities, a collection of masks with no face beneath them. This realization came to Kyoshi during his 150th year as an Oni, while he was living in a coastal city and wearing the face of a successful wine merchant. He had been maintaining this particular identity for for over a decade, long enough that the assumed personality had started to feel more real than his underlying Oni nature. He caught himself thinking of the wine merchant's childhood memories as if they were his own, feeling affection for people who were related to the man, whose form he wore, but who had no actual connection to Kiyoshi himself. One evening, alone in the wine merchant's private chambers, Kiyoshi attempted to revert to his true form, to remember what he looked like beneath all the layers of deception. But there was nothing to revert to. When he released the wine merchant's appearance, he did not reveal some hidden Oni form. Instead, he became nothing, a formless consciousness hanging in empty air, visible only as a vague distortion like heat shimmer on a summer road. He had no true form because Oni had no true forms. They were shapeshifters, not in the sense of beings who could alter their appearance, but in the more fundamental sense of beings who existed only through alteration, who had no essential nature beneath the masks they wore. This discovery triggered an existential crisis that would define the rest of Kiyoshi's existence. If he had no true form, no essential nature, then what was he? Was he simply an empty vessel that reflected whatever identity he chose to inhabit? Or was there something deeper, some core of consciousness that persisted regardless of appearance? And if such a core existed, how could he access it, understand it, when his entire existence had been defined by wearing other people's faces? Kiyoshi abandoned the wine merchant identity and began wandering, no longer pursuing wealth or pleasure, but instead searching for something he could not quite name. He traveled across multiple continents, crossing oceans and mountains, visiting civilizations both familiar and utterly alien. He wore hundreds of different faces during these travels, sometimes maintaining an identity for years, other times discarding appearances after mere days. He was a soldier and a priest, a beggar and a noble, a scholar and a laborer. He experienced life from every possible angle, trying to understand through exhaustive exploration what it meant to have an identity. During his travels, Kiyoshi encountered other Oni and found that many struggled with similar questions. Some had developed elaborate philosophical frameworks to explain their existence, arguing that Oni represented pure potential, beings whose lack of fixed form made them more adaptable and free than creatures trapped in single bodies. Others had simply given up on the question entirely, embracing their nature as deceivers and exploiters without worrying about deeper meaning. And a few, like Kiyoshi, continued to search for answers that might not exist, driven by a need to understand themselves that would not be satisfied by simple acceptance. In a city built into the side of a mountain, Kiyoshi met a human philosopher named Deichai, who had devoted his life to studying the nature of identity and self. Deichai had written treatises on the relationship between body and consciousness, had developed theories about how appearance shaped personality, and how personality in turn shaped appearance. when Kiyoshi revealed his true nature to Daichai, expecting horror or rejection, the philosopher instead became fascinated, seeing in the Oni an opportunity to test his theories in ways that normal humans could never provide. Daichai proposed an experiment. He would design a form for Kiyoshi, creating a composite appearance that drew from multiple sources, but which would be unique, never worn by any actual person. Kiyoshi would then maintain this form for an extended period, living as this designed person, allowing a personality to develop that was not borrowed from someone else, but which emerged organically from the act of inhabiting the created form. Kiyoshi agreed to the experiment, curious whether it might provide the answers he sought. Daichai spent weeks sketching and revising, combining features from different individuals to create a face that was both familiar and unique. The resulting design showed a middle-aged man with mixed ancestry, features that could not be attributed to any single ethnicity or culture. A face that was simultaneously ordinary and impossible. When Kiyoshi assumed this designed form, something unexpected happened. The body fit correctly, the proportions felt natural, but there was no accompanying personality or memory set to inhabit, unlike his usual stolen identities, which came preloaded with histories and behavioral patterns he could mimic. This form was empty. He had to create a personality from nothing, had to decide who this person was, and how they would act without any template to copy. For the first months of wearing this designed face, Kiyoshi felt profoundly uncomfortable. He stumbled through social interactions, unsure how to respond to situations without established patterns to follow. He made choices based on his own preferences rather than imitating what someone else would have done. And gradually, something began to emerge, a consistent pattern of behavior that felt different from his other assumed identities, because it was not being performed for an audience or maintained as part of a deception. Kiyoshi maintained the designed form for 5 years, longer than he had worn any identity except during his earliest years as an Oni. During that time, he built genuine relationships with people who knew him only as the person he appeared to be. Relationships not based on deception or manipulation, but on honest, if incomplete, presentation of himself. He developed habits and preferences that belonged to this identity specifically, ways of moving and speaking that were neither borrowed from others nor consciously performed. But even as Kiyoshi grew comfortable in the designed form, he could not escape the awareness that it was still a mask, still something external that he was wearing rather than something intrinsic to his nature. The face he saw in mirrors was not his true face because he had no true face. The name people called him by was not his true name because he had no true name. Everything about his existence remained fundamentally artificial, constructed rather than inherent. The experiment with Daichai ended when the philosopher died of old age, having spent his final years documenting Kiyoshi's experience and incorporating it into his theories about identity and selfhood. In his last conversation with Kiyoshi, Deichai offered a perspective that the Oni had not fully considered before. "Perhaps you are asking the wrong question," the dying philosopher said. "You seek a true form, an essential self that exists independently of appearance. But what if there is no such thing? What if identity is always constructed, always performed, even for beings like humans who wear the same face their entire lives? We tell ourselves stories about who we are, stories that are no more inherently true than the faces you wear. The only difference is that you can change your story more easily than we can change ours." These words haunted Kiyoshi long after Deichai's death. He began observing humans more carefully, watching how they constructed and maintained identities through choices and performances that were no less artificial than his shapeshifting, simply less obviously magical. A merchant was not inherently a merchant in the way that a rock was inherently a rock. They performed the role of merchant through actions and choices, wearing it like a costume that happened to be invisible. And if they stopped performing that role, if they made different choices, they would cease being a merchant and become something else. Perhaps Oni were not unique in their lack of essential form. Perhaps all conscious beings existed in the same fundamental state, constructing identities from nothing, and then treating those constructions as if they represented immutable truth. The only difference was that Oni could see the construction clearly, could not pretend that their identities were anything other than chosen masks, while other creatures had the luxury of believing in the fiction of fixed selfhood. This realization did not fully resolve Kiyoshi's existential crisis, but it shifted his relationship with it. He stopped searching for a true form that did not exist, and instead began exploring the question of how to live authentically, while acknowledging that authenticity itself might be impossible or meaningless. He continued to wear different faces, continued to inhabit different identities, but he approached them differently now, not as disguises meant to deceive, but as experiments in being, opportunities to experience existence from new perspectives. In the present day, over 300 years after his transformation into an Oni, Kiyoshi continues his wandering existence. He wears whatever face serves his current purposes, sometimes maintaining identities for years, other times changing appearances daily. He has stopped trying to answer the question of who he truly is, accepting that the question itself may be based on false assumptions about the nature of identity and selfhood. But he has also developed something that might be called peace, an acceptance of his nature as a being without fixed form. He is the masks he wears, not in spite of their artificiality, but because of it. His identity exists in the choosing, in the act of selecting which face to inhabit and how to live within it. And perhaps that makes him more honest than beings who pretend their identities are discovered rather than created, who refuse to acknowledge that they too are wearing masks. Just masks that happen to be made of flesh and bone rather than magic and will. The story of Kiyoshi and his search for self beneath the masks illuminates questions that extend far beyond Oni and their supernatural shapeshifting. We all construct identities, all perform versions of ourselves that may or may not align with some deeper truth. The faces we show the world are choices, whether we recognize them as such or not. And perhaps the wisdom lies not in discovering some hidden essential self, but in acknowledging the artifice, in owning the performance, in recognizing that we are always and forever creating ourselves through the choices we make and the masks we choose to wear. As you drift towards sleep, as these whispered tales fade into the background of your awareness, let them settle into that space where stories do their deepest work. Let them remind you that empathy requires imagination, that understanding demands we see through eyes other than our own, that the monsters in our stories are often mirrors reflecting truths we would rather not acknowledge about ourselves. The worlds of Dungeons and Dragons are vast beyond comprehension, filled with countless stories waiting to be told, countless perspectives waiting to be explored. The 10 tales we have shared tonight represent merely the smallest fraction of what exists out there in the darkness, in the depths, in the forgotten places, where history is written by those who survive rather than those who win. Until next time, rest well, dream deeply, and remember that every monster is someone's story. Every villain is someone's tragedy, and every hero is someone's nightmare. The line between them is thinner than we like to pretend, and crossing it requires less effort than we care to admit. Sleep now, and let these thoughts settle where they will.